Rah, darling. Hey, cutie pies! Welcome in! How are you doing, my precious pals? I cannot tell you how much I've missed you. It's been 2 days! Far too long. How's everybody doing, sweetie pies? Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you all so much. I did forget to put a going live notification. Yeah, I cannot explain to you how much I have been rushing to make sure that this happened. Literally 15 minutes ago, I was sitting at a restaurant with a friend. So, yes, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Okay, let's scroll up and say hello to everyone, shall we? Firstly, you guys, I would love to say thank you so much to our absolutely amazing resubbies. And to fucking Sam, Sam with the 5 gifted subs. Rymel, firstly, though, thank you so incredibly much for resubbing, darling. I cannot believe it's been 4 months already. That is absolutely insane. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Thank you, darling. And sweetest Sam, thank you so much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you so much for 5 gifted subs, sweetest Sam. I appreciate you. Thank you, darling. It means the world. Your guys' amazing support really does, like, make me feel so fucking warm. And thank you so much, Fabulous Flash, as well. Thank you so much for giving me your Prime for 2 months. What? Thank you, lovely. I really do appreciate that support. Thank you for your generosity. How are you, Fabulous Flash? And Awesome Aussie with the 100 biddies starting that hype train. Thank you so much. All a heckin' board indeed. How are you doing? Amazing, Aussie. It's so good to see you guys. Thank you so much for that hype train at the very start of stream before we even really started. Sweetest Strat, thank you for coming in even before stream started. Ozzy, you of course as well. Always awesome, Ozzy. Obby's for you. Obby's for you. but Uppy's like you. Sorry, I just got Bubblin's, like the Pokemon, everything stays like the Pokemon you catch is my favorite. I love that. Okay, yes, Uppy's for you. Awesome. Uppy's for you, sweetheart. Uppies. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Beautiful Bublin, welcome in, sweetheart. When I get down to that request, I will absolutely do that for you. Lovely, welcome in, sweetheart, and Uppies for you, Uppies for you. Thank you so much, cutie pie. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Next, Jam Slice, welcome in. How are you doing? Sweetest Sam of Nella, thank you so much for the good main, darling. Good main to you as well. Precious Pelly, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge. I appreciate it. And thank you, Outstanding Obtuse. Did you just hear my water bottle let off some gas? That's crazy. Thank you for the care package. I just saw in the mixer that it like flared when I swallowed. Did you hear that? No. Beautiful Bublin, how are you doing? Outstanding Obtuse, it's so good to see you. How are you as well? Oh, gorgeous Ginger, moshi moshi. How are you? I'll give everyone one day to guess one guess to say, okay. All right, guys, listen, today, I might make a fucking lot of mistakes reading. Just a wild guess based on these first 3 minutes. But gorgeous Ginger, what day is it? I mean, you're in the US, right? So I think it's a Tuesday. But what other day could it be? Radical Raymel, thank you once again so incredibly much for the resub. I really do appreciate your generosity and support. And of course, sweetest Sam with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, darling. I really do appreciate it. That is absolutely amazing. It's a birthday! Oh, Ginger, it's your birthday, sweetheart. Would you like me to sing you happy birthday? Or would you like to pick a song from the TauSings for free? Or just wish you happy birthday? Happy birthday, cutie pie! What have you been doing for your birthday? I hope something amazing. Warhawk, welcome in, wonderful Warhawk. How are you doing? It's so good to see you here. Welcome, welcome. Tassie's so cute. That's funny that you think that, because I think you're cute. Thank you so much for coming in, wonderful Warhawk. It's so good to see you here. Fabulous Frostbite, how are you? Welcome on in. Joyous Jet, welcome in. How are you doing? Dearest Doppel, hello, darling. How are you doing? Nick, Jam Slice. Abby's for you. Abby's for you. Amazing Apparition, welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I could be doing better. I messed up a paper I spent 3 weeks on, and I have to redo it by the end of the day Friday. That's so fucked up. I'm so sorry, Apparition. I hope that you can, I'm hoping that, do you have to like redo it completely from scratch? Hopefully you don't have to redo it. Hopefully you can like use your outline and maybe even like a few of your paragraphs or something, because that's crazy. 3 weeks? To have it done by the end of the day Friday, that seems a bit excessive. Zelzaki, welcome in. How are you doing? Sweetest Cyberwolf, welcome in. How are you doing? Twitch finally alerted you to a Tau stream. Let's fucking go. Right now, congratulations on becoming our choo-choo conductor. And thank you so much again, Fabulous Flash, for the resub in the form of Prime. I really do appreciate it. Zaki, my dear, thank you for contributing to the community game night. And now it's time to sing a song. My phone's dead. It's charging right now, so I'm gonna have to look at my work computer. Hold on. 1 second, please. Okay, hold on. I gotta physically. Oh, okay. Ignore the flappy. Please, everyone, ignore the flappy in the room. All right. Everything stays. That is the sound of me typing on the work keyboard. You've never had to hear that before. All right. A song for the beautiful Bublin. Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When you finally find it, you'll see how it's faded. The underside is lighter. When you turn it around, everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. Go down to the ocean, the crystal tide is raising, the water's gotten higher as the shore washes out. Keep your eyes wide open when the sun is blazing. The moon controls the tide, it can cause you to drown. Everything stays right where you've left it. Everything stays, but it still changes. Ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays. There you go. Sorry, I may or may not have been a huffin' and a puffin' on a hike for most of today, and hope it was still okay. Let me turn our switch music back on and revisit chat. Hello there, Radical Radish. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. How am I? I am doing well, beautiful Bubbin. Any day that I get to go on a hike is a good day. Let me see here. Excuse your water bottle, did you hear that? When did I get VIP? Sam! I gave that to you last stream. Do you happen to remember when I said, oh shit, I've been meaning to do this, and then nothing happened? That's what happened. Much deserved, very true, very true. Beautiful Brusk, welcome in, how are you doing? Dearest Duppa, welcome out of ad jail, I hope you're doing incredibly well. Let me see, let's see. I'm glad you're doing all right, Fabulous Frostbite, I'm glad you're here. The instructor gave me a smaller version of the paper, but I'm not satisfied doing that half-butted thing. Oh, well, Apparition, don't stress yourself out, okay? And Sweetest Solar, Dearest Dustin, welcome in to both of you. How are you both doing, sweetie pies? Sweetest thank you for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge. I appreciate you. Sweetest Sir Jessie! Hi, sweetheart. Welcome in. It's so good to see you. I hope you's as well. I am okay. Just tired. That is A-okay, Tommy. Don't you worry about it. Welcome in. How are you doing? I don't know if you saw, but Abyssal Tau was done today. I did not get to see. I was actually out of service for a great deal of today. But I will definitely have a look. And thank you so much for the compliment on your singing. And Ozzy, thank you, Bobnet, thank you, Nix, thank you. Anime! Someone get this woman an Oscar! Thank you so much, Anime. Welcome in, amazing Anime. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, sweetheart. Zalasabi, welcome in. How are you doing? It's been a minute. I gotta wonder, is that song Tau's theme? It is not. It is Bublin's definite favorite song, though. So, whenever she redeems that, I sing it. The birthday boy has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Aha! Tau, this is my first ZA stream with you. Where are we story-wise, and have you been informed on how shinies have been changed? I have not been informed on how shinies have been changed. Actually, this reminds me of, I need to do ZA spoiler warning. What? Okay, no. Spoiler warning ZA. Aha! I did it! I did it that time. Alright. If my thing could, like, let me... Okay, I apparently am unable to pin this. Do I have any mods online who can pin this for me? It is not pinnable on my end. I don't know why. I can reply to it? Thank you so much, Strat! Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I'm not able to pin stuff, which is kind of annoying. I do remember, actually. Thank you, Tom. My pleasure, sweetest Sam. For those of you who want to know how people get VIPs in this chat, I am not like a lot of channels where you can like redeem it, or if you're here long enough, or if you gift enough subs, then you get a VIP. I want people who have the VIP little diamond. I want it to be clear that you cannot earn that through like being here a lot or gifting subs or anything like that. You actually earn it through your behavior. So if you see someone with a diamond, that is probably the type of person that I want in this community, as in like that exemplifies all of the values of this community. That, by the way, that does not mean that if you do not yet have a VIP badge that you don't exemplify the values of this community. Most of you do, like pretty much all of you do, but I give them out, sometimes I forget for like months on end, which is exactly what has happened here, but I tend to give them out when I can see like a really long haul. I'm talking months in a row, where when this person comes in, they are literally like, I want people to come in, look at that person and be like, ah, so this is the type of community that Tau has made. You know what I mean? That's what I want. Sweetest Solar, thank you so much for the 35 streams, Tariq. I super appreciate it. Thank you, lovely. I really appreciate the support and your dedication. That is incredible, especially because I know that I keep on starting quite late for you these days. I was gonna watch some of the Tomb Raider show since 2 new game teaser trailers got revealed. But I suppose I can look here instead. Tomb Raider show. I actually really enjoy Tomb Raider. I have played all of the games, I believe. I'm pretty sure I've played all the games so far. I haven't played any on stream, but I do love them. I'm alive, that's about the best I can say right now. Solar, no! I hope that things get better, sweetheart. You being alive, while that is wonderful, I feel like there's more than just being alive that I want for you, you know? I want you to be happy. I want you to be determined, motivated, thrilled, at least content. Sweetheart, let me know if we can do anything for you. Amazing Anime, I'm so glad that you're doing well. Simple stuff for shinies. Game saves 10 at any time, so they won't despawn unless they run or are defeated. So if I find 10 Doppel and don't defeat or catch any of them, then that means that they are, you can't get any others until then. Pins the comment to my peripheral vision. Love that, Ozzy. I've been busy. I was testing on a new game Storm got me to try called Mars Attracts and the ACK aliens. Is that how you say that? But they abduct humans and run a Marshall amusement park. That sounds very quirky. Let's see. Maybe I'll get it one day. Oh, many of you will. Many of you will get it one day. Honestly, like I said, I do genuinely do not have time to, like, as much as I would like to. I would love to have like a day a month where I just go through and go, okay, that's right. This person needs VIP and this person needs VIP and this person needs VIP. For the record, I had been meaning to give Sam VIP for about 2 months. So I remembered yesterday. Middle of stream, so yeah. I need not diamonds, I have corn! Precisely, Tommy! I mean, you are in the US right now, so this is doable for us. Okay, that's a good point, Dustin. Sometimes I'm at crazy times for you, huh? We need bling for real. You guys all have bling! You just have it in my heart. They will stay in the wild unless you roll another shiny, in which case the oldest wild shiny will despawn. Interesting. Okay, so say you find 10 shinies and don't catch them, and then find an 11th. At that point, shiny number 1 will despawn. I see. If I make it to content, I shall notify all. Solar, honey, I'm so sorry. Okay, well, yes, please do let us know. We do catch it, but we are not exactly awake. That is okay, dearest Dustin. We appreciate you all the same. Truly do. All right, let me, hold on, I'm just trying to minimize this a little bit so I can see. Crazy times? No such things. I mean, aren't we all in crazy times? My mom's gonna kill me. My room is a mess. All right, you guys, let's see. I think our next goal in this game was actually to, what was it? I think we need to, oh, it's nearly daybreak. Do we even have any side quests or anything at the moment? Hold on, I don't remember how to play this game. It's been 2 days, you guys. That's like a decade in me time. Side quest. Oh yeah, it's these motherfuckers! Yay! We gotta rank rank V. We'll do that. Let's do that. What's the fun in being sane? That's a good point, Nix. 100%. Tell you can fire up a stream at midnight and I'll still be there early. You're so sweet, hun. I try not to do that because I know that, especially, well, I mean, I try not to do that in general because it also means it'll fuck up my sleep schedule and many other people's, but I know that you go to bed at like no later than like 10 o'clock unless we play dispatch, and I would hate for you to have to do that. Tao, I'm sure your room is fine. It's, I ran in here for my day of hiking, and I dropped all of my shit. I'm still in hiking gear. Hiking gear, by the way, is a tattered-looking black midriff cut-off shirt, and like punk pants. But I mean, don't worry, it's comfy and everything. Yeah, I literally just dumped my shit and started streaming. We should wait here for the night to come. I just don't look forward to the return of 6 a.m. streams. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I truly feel, I genuinely feel so bad that we will be returning to 6 a.m. streams for some of you. But yeah, sorry. I just enjoy being here regardless. I also work night shift in North America, so the AU stream times are amazing for me. That's a great point, Sam. I mean, I know that we got quite a few like Americans who are like, or well, I guess like North Americans, which of course includes my lovely Canadians, who are like, DGen hours. That's what I need. I need DGen hours. Otherwise I'm not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to participate if it's at normal person times. So Sam, am I like starting your work night off basically right now? Side note, it took me forever to realize the night and day timer goes around the map. The pink was really not obvious to me. Yeah, did you mention that? Someone mentioned that last time and I was like, oh shit, that's such a handy way to figure it out. Lately I've been pushing past that. 10:01 is your latest, let's go Ozzy. Cutie cookie! Hi gorgeous! How are you, darling? It's so good to see you. Welcome, sweetheart. Welcome, how are you doing? What have you been up to? Have you got new art for us? Have you got new Etsy stuff on the Etsy shop that is linked in the shout out there for you? Tell me. If I miss a stream, I'm just going to catch the VOD to keep the streak going and watch the stream, of course. Aw, thank you so much, Cutie Cyber. I really appreciate that. That is so incredibly sweet of you. I really appreciate you being here. You have been such a treasure. Listen, it will not affect my attendance. Really, Tommy? 6 a.m. streams? I genuinely want, if you guys are getting up like early, like 4, 5, 6 a.m. for these streams, my only wish is that you either get decent sleep and go to sleep 8 hours prior, or you skip the stream so you can get some sleep. please do that for me. I care about you too much to let you do this to to yourself. Thank you so much for shouting out our beloved Cookie, Sweet Strat. All good with repping the VOD squad. Let's go, sweetest so Chessie. Thank you. I don't care what time you stream. I will be here watching. Oh, Nix, you're such a sweetie. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you're just going to night, you can sit on a bench. Yes, I think we will indeed do that. Does the time pass while you're just standing here, though? I think it does, doesn't it? It looks like some of the daytime's already gone. I am very well, baby. Oh, wait, it moved. I hope you're doing good. I am, sweetheart. I'm fucking insanely busy here, despite the fact that this was, well, it wasn't meant to be like a holiday, but I think I'm actually busier here than I am in Australia, which really says something. Unless, of course, you wish to use the daytime for other things. I did want to use the daytime for doing side quests, but the only side quests I have now involve catching Pokemon, which I have 100% caught everyone that I currently can catch in these wild zones. And I'm not sure where to find is it orange and blue Flababy? Flababy. No new merch on Etsy, but on Uwemark instead! Oh my god, you had your launch yesterday! Ah! Wait, I must permit, and you must send us your amazing, you guys, Cookie? Okay, Cookie has made some of the most adorable, genuinely impressive, gorgeous looking, and I say this as someone who, I obviously am like, guys, we have merch too, but you have got to go check out this girl's art, and her amazing merch drop as well. I am going to go order some stuff probably right after stream. yeah, please go ahead and share the Uwu merch link, Cutie Cookie. We'd love to see it. You usually come on as I start or a couple of hours into my shift, so it's nice to watch for the short amount of time I have in between jobs. Yay, sweet as Sam! I'm so happy to hear that. It's always a treasure and a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for sticking around and making the pouch your go-to hangout spot when it's late at night. Magnificent Monster! How are you, cutie? It's so good to see you. Good morning to you. How are you? How are you? It's okie dokie. I sleep 6 to 7 hours per night if it's not a weekday. That means it's only 2 days a week that you get 6 to 7 hours of sleep. How much are you getting on the weekdays? But as the wise Jacksepticeye said, sleep is for the weak. He's wrong. Sleep is so good, you guys. I have so much shit to do, but one of my favorite things to do, other than stream, is sleep. I like to sleep. Sleep with me. Wait. We're gonna bypass that. I mean, join me in slumber. Yes. That's how I'm gonna phrase that correctly. There we go. Okay. I caught 6 a.m. before. I'll do it again. I'm a raccoon. I'm nocturnal. And I'm busy in the daylight hours. Who needs sleep? You guys. You sleep. I'll keep watching. Oh, Tommy, sweetheart. We appreciate you being here, but please, even raccoons need good rest. If you're streaming late on a Friday, it'd be likely I'd either have to miss it entirely or lurk through it all as I gotta head to the airport at 5 a.m. Saturday morning and would need a whole lot of sleep prior. Whoa, 5 a.m. Saturday morning. The Flabebes can be found outside wild zones in various parts of the city. Ah, okay, maybe we'll go for a little wander. Let's go, while I read what you guys say and talk to you, let's go for a little wander around the city. My semester will be done this week, so I can sleep 9 to 10 hours per night starting Friday. And 9 to 10 hours of sleep is my perfect amount of sleep. I really like sleeping that long if I ever can. Let's see. Thank you for letting me share. Of course, you guys. Cookie, I have to apologize. I would love to show this on stream, your amazing, amazing work. But I actually cannot even open it on my end because I am currently using my handheld as a... Oh, I look like a little hipster. I'm so cute. I look like a Canadian hipster who's gonna go get some coffee. That's all right. This is not the worst outfit she has put me in at all. Sorry, what I was gonna say, Cookie. Yes, I am on my little handheld, and it is so fickle about me doing anything. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but even when we like switch over to to like the BRB screen or back from the BRB screen, my stinger like lags the fuck out. Oh, see to see you, darling. Thank you so much for gifting that sound to Cutie Cookie. I really appreciate it, sweetheart. Thank you, lovely. Oh, that is so sweet of you. Thank you for your generosity, honey bun. I really appreciate it. Welcome back to the plush pouch, Cutie Cookie Tea. But yes, so I can't even open like a browser without possibly crashing stream. So I basically keep my fingies off of the computer the entire time I'm streaming if I can help it. But I will be checking this out. Actually, Cookie, do you mind DMing that to me on Discord as well so that I can go check everything out and give you money? They have dedicated areas where they spawn. The Flabebe double? Go and buy stuff from Tao while you're at it. Oh, you're so sweet, honey bun. Go get stuff from Cookie. I worded it wrong. I sleep normally, 6 to 7 hours on weekdays. Okay. I always word things wrong, Rip. Go on. You'll likely want a map for the Flabebe spawns, but if you want to just wing it and explore, that's good too. Yeah, let's just explore. I mean, half of our time spent here is just chatting away, isn't it? So why not? And you said it's always outside of the zones. I'll just run around each zone, like literally outside of it. I'm not flying anywhere. I'm just taking my mom to the airport. She's going to Sydney for a week. Oh, that's exciting. I hope she has a great time. I dropped in to say hello, but I gotta head back out for 30 to 60 minutes. I'll be back and see you soon, pals. Sounds good, sweetheart. Thank you so much for hanging out with us for a little bit, sweetest Sam. And thank you so much for being so generous with the precious pals as well. I really appreciate your support. Monstera is existing and doing their best. Hope y'all are well and having a good holiday time. Yes, indeed. I wouldn't call this, for me, this isn't really as much of a holiday as it is being somehow even more busy than when I am in I almost said the US, but I am in the US. When I'm in Australia. Thank you for the lurks, Lita Sam. Okay, we're trying to find some flabebes. An orange one and a blue one, I believe. Holidays can be busy. Busymas, exactly! Busymas indeed. Okay, that's red. That's definitely red. I think I've got an Abra already. I hope. Also be sad. Yeah, I do. Great. I wish that I could climb up on this. It's crazy that I can't. Can I sneak over there? Fuck, I was trying to roll. It didn't happen. Lovely Lyra! Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you, sweetie pie. Welcome, welcome. Some Pokemon have dedicated spawn areas with a few handfuls being static exact locations. Also, for a hint that actually makes it worse, they don't all necessarily... Whoops, hold on. I lost that. They don't all necessarily live near the wild zones as they frequent greenery. Oh, fuck. Okay. Damn it. Okay. Vacations should have some relaxation, though. The last week that I am here, I only have one stream. And you guys, my dad's giving me so much shit. He's like, how? You don't spend any time with me. I'm like, dude, I'm here for 40 fucking days. And you're out here telling me I don't spend time with you? I've hung out with friends like a total of 4 of those days. And I've streamed a total of, by the end of my time here, it'll be 7, a total of 7 times. And, yeah, I'm like, the rest of the time, I'm literally spending with you! Sorry. Anyway, knowing how the holidays are and being around family and old friends, yes, I can absolutely understand busy. I mean, to be fair, while I'm bitching and whining and moaning, I'm very happy that I'm here with my family, and I'm fucking thrilled. Honestly, the only thing that previously felt out of whack was that I didn't have you guys, and now I have you guys. Obviously, I'm not streaming as much or as plentifully or as fluidly as I would ideally like, but I am streaming and I am connecting with you guys, and that is incredibly important. And for that reason, 40 days doesn't feel like quite as long as it could otherwise. God, these full babies are gonna be the death of me. How do the residents feel about having kids constantly climbing on the roof and jumping off? You know what? Maybe it's just really solid. Maybe it's just really solid construction work. Especially since you live in another country now. That is true. Yes, that is. But yeah, I know everybody's busy is what I was trying to get at. I know I'm complaining and stuff, but like, I don't want it to come off as me being like, oh, woe is me. Oh, nobody's as busy as me. That's probably not true, you know. I'm sure there are people who are much busier than me. But no, I just, I'm rushing around. I'm rushing around. Ooh, I haven't been up yet. Or have I? And they just respawn some, what is that? What is that? Oh, it's an Esper, we have that. Oh, they're so cute! Oh, maybe have I found a Flabebe spawning zone, perchance? Can I roll across to the other side of the other roof? No, that's a bit of a jump. I spy a very special Tao model. You certainly do, Magnificent Monstera. How are you, sweetie pie? A lovely lab. May I dance with you? Doing all right. Been kind of an mental health day, but otherwise it's been an okay day. I'm happy that it's been an okay day, sweetheart, but hopefully we can help bring up that mental health day a little bit more. Cutie Caffeinated, welcome in. How are you doing? Now, the hint to make it easier, there's a statue of their line where all color have a chance to spawn around. Where it is up for you to find. A statue of their line. Sorry, very loud. Sorry. Should Dustin and I still ping you at some point for the FF14 event? Actually, yes, Sweetest Solar. If you want to ping me after our final stream, which, guys, it's tragic, but we do only have one more stream after tonight. This is our final ZA stream, unless you vote for it to come back on Tuesday nights. I'm going to put a poll up, definitely before January, to see if you guys would like to keep playing ZA, or if you'd like to play something else. Oh, I got rid of my Bunnelby. Who does this job? Oops. But yes, our final stream will be another one around this time. It'll start about an hour earlier and go probably an hour later than what I'm gonna be doing tonight. And it'll be an art stream, and that will be on Boxing Day. I think it's Boxing Day American time. I should probably check on that, but yeah, it's in the Discord. Let's see. Solid or not, seeing kids jumping off your roof should freak you out. That is actually true, Cyber, especially when they fall so far, so fast, and then their phone prevents them from breaking their entire body. Spider-Man, that shit. Roof to roof. Thank you for the blessings, cuties. I appreciate it. I bet there was a recoil on that sneeze. There actually was. Hazards like this actually have way more solutions than the one that the tutorial told you about. Really? Oh, that is a tempting thing that you have just said. Hold on. Can I? No. Is there a? I can't see past my fat head again. 1 second. Let me see if I can pull this up. I can. Okay. Mud shot is not what I'm looking for. Can anybody learn the other one? The rock smash. Rock smash? Nobody? No? Not one of you? No? Okay, great, guys. Thank you. We will have to come back to this very spot. Can I make multiple little pins? Let's see. Can't tell if I prefer hearing the full sneeze or what happens to another streamer I know that mutes when he sneezes and it just sounds like he gets abducted. What, like a... Welcome into Storm. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome. How are you? Thank you for the rain. Thank you for the storm. Much appreciated. How was your day? Breaking their entire body. This is what I unmute to? Pouch, no hurting our towel. No, it's okay, sweetest Storm, don't worry. No one's hurting me. We were just talking about how fucking concerning it would be to have teenagers jumping off of your roof and then being caught by their cell phones, floating cell phones, about a foot from breaking their entire bodies. That's all. Did not feel quite right for me to be AFK from Pouch. You lot are lovely and were noticeably missed. Back at you, Magnificent Monstera. We missed you lots. I'm so happy to have you back. Welcome, sweetheart. If you don't have the Pokemon with you, you can reach into your box. I know, but I'm too lazy for that. Okay, oh! We have 5 minutes of mom voice. Let me hope that this doesn't crash my computer. There we go. Hopefully that works. Perfect. Okay, we have 5 minutes, and sounds like a Gen X childhood experience to me. Being caught by your floating cell phone, huh? That sounds pretty unique. I don't know. I think that's a Gen Z thing. or Alpha? Maybe they'll get floating cell phones. Nix, sweetheart, thank you so much for contributing to the Storytelling Stream Challenge, darling. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Fabulous Frostbite, Storm's here, but I somehow missed the calm that came before. Yeah, there's not a lot of calm before Storm comes in here because I have no chill. There's very little chill. Valiant Vegeta, how are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. How are you? I hope you are also having the loveliest of days. I am having a great one, sweetheart. Even better now that you're all here. Wait, is that a spinner? Did I get that? Oh, wait, when should we ping you for that? Last stream is an art stream and we'd hate to pull you from that time. Oh no, that's okay, Solar. Did you say that it's going until the end of the month? Because, the only reason I don't want to do it yet, is because of how this is all kind of, shall we say, precariously set up. I'm terrified that if I decide to start trying to play Final Fantasy, while I also still have some streams to go, it might stop working, and I don't want to risk that. So anytime after our final art stream, you are welcome to tag me. There should still be about a week before I leave and before that event is done. And if you let me know, just to remind me, anytime after that art stream, I don't know. Sorry. Then I would be more than happy to join in. That would be really fun. I really appreciate you thinking of me, sweetheart. Thank you. What's my favorite Pokemon? Doppel, my favorite Pokemon is Jolteon. I love Jolteon. I am always broke. T-bones, because I always put the points into the story stream. Thank you so much for that, Nix. I appreciate you contributing to the greater good. Fabulous Frostbite, thank you for contributing to the community game night as well. Much appreciated. Oh, Sable is a good choice. Chill is conspicuously missing from Tau. It's true. I am here to motivate. I am here to be the audio and visual version of caffeine. Speaking of caffeine, thank you so much for Caffeinated Blacksmith for the community game night contribution. This is not Gen Z. We are smarter than that. Most of us are. No. We have lots of smart people from all different walks of life and all different backgrounds and generations. There we go. I'm like, what is that word? Yes, don't you worry. We have lots of very intelligent Gen Z, and we love our Gen Z. I am a little bit worried about some of you guys exclusively using AI to write your papers, but please work on that. But that's what all I gotta say. End of the month? Perfect. There's a Bulbasaur named Nate. There is, because it's his favorite Pokemon. Thank you so much, Sweetest Solar, and of course, thank you so much, Cutie Core, for the for the clip. I appreciate that. How are you doing, lovely Core? Very good to see you. Sweetest Solar and Valley Vegeta, thank you both for contributing to the community game night challenges. Much appreciated. Oh, thank you so much, Strat. You guys, we have a new clip out. I haven't gotten a chance to watch it yet, unfortunately, and I can't watch it because it might crash the stream. But please do check it out. I'm sure it is amazing as always. Amazing work from Sweetest Strat. My favorite Pokemon is Zoroark, and currently my PFP in Discord is a Pouch Power Ranger of Zoroark. That's right, Nix. I love that. Sorry, I thought I just heard my mother. Obstagoon! Oh, is that your favorite Monstera? Very cool. Love that. That's a fun one. Mine is an odd one. Everyone always laughs. Butterfree? I won't laugh at that. I think Butterfree is a wonderful... Hello? Dude. You stopped to think about what you were doing, and then you just kept doing it anyway. Alright, Nate. You ready? Finally! Oh. I was gonna knock her out of it, but... I'm an ice trainer, but... I like that iced the stream. That's very funny. I am so sorry, you guys. That actually, I mean, dude, credit where credit is due. I'm a little bit impressed that, I'm just a little bit impressed that my computer has not done, it hasn't, it actually, the OBS had not crashed for like, what, 2 or 3 streams now. But we've broken that record. Perfect timing, true. Also, I think that I just made it past our Mom Voice redeem, so I think we're good. Weeba! Welcome back, sweethearts. Welcome back. I'm so sorry about that. I'm legally obligated to have the Kiss Pokemon since I was at too many concerts. That is amazing. I really love that. Oh shit, that's right. Sorry, I meant to, fuck. The light is half over! Balls! I meant to be not fucking around, but I'm fucking around. Good ad break. Unfortunately, we do still have the ad break coming up, but it does mean that this should function as the same stream. I don't think, crossing fingers, I don't think that this will count as a separate one. Get him! Get him! Fine whip! To answer that earlier question, the timer was for the redeem. Yes, that's true. The timer was for the redeem. Hello? Do the thing! excuse me, Jesus. I can't help that I have ice in my coating. I like that. Oh, fuck! No, Nate died! Oh my God, that's so bleak. That is so bleak. Oh, sorry, I need to focus. Thank you for the blessing! Shit, dude. I have to res my poor Nate! Poor Nate. OBS was like, okay, nah, streams have been flawless. Time to put a stop to that. It really did say that. It really did. The irony of it being at the mere mention of ice-type Pokemon, clearly Game Freak's most hated type. That's really funny. Rip Nate, it had a salad? Wait, what had a salad? If I had to choose a Pokemon type to specialize, I would choose Ice because my first shiny was Avalugg. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's very special. I love that. Is the weather okay for you and your fam? It is. It's quite mild where I am. Okay, well, I mean, at least Nate, before he died, gave me the benefit. Okay, want a coffee one? Oh, did you just save my... Did you save my Nate? Oh, she saved my Nate, you guys! Thank you, lady! He's just taking a BRB break. That's right. What did I say? I did not say that he died. I never would say that. That would be... I'm definitely not gaslighting you. He's been fine all along. Fighting type? Fuck. I don't have that. I don't have a fighting type. I love the idea of a Skiddo just trotting up and going... Oh, the Patra had a sound. Got it. But for real, they gotta hate ice type. It's the only other it only resists other ice types and has several commonly used weaknesses. Oh, I didn't actually realize that. I don't frequent ice types very often though. Homey behavior, good on her. I know. Our animals fought, and I can't let you go away with a dead animal, so I've resurrected your animal. Oh, hey there, Cutie King. Welcome on in. Thank you for the care package. I go dark. There's just something about them that I like, even though my favorite is a normal type. I think I like electric and flying a lot. And then probably fire. Yeah, those are probably my favorites. Thank you for the care package, Cutie King. I've always questioned how can other trainers heal your Pokemon without the Pokemon Center, but you can't, and you have to go to the Pokemon Center. I guess I mean, honestly, that's a good question. I actually don't really have an answer to that. Eek! Oh, terrific Termy! Hi, Sweetie Pie. Thank you so much for 3 whole months, darling. That means the world. Thank you, Sweetie Pie. Thank you. Hearts for you. Hearts for you. Thank you, lovely. Oh, son of a bitch. How is the Tau? I is good. How are you? Hi there, terrific Tammy. It's a pleasure to see you, sweetie. I am doing well. I'm doing well. How are you? Okay, that's not very effective. We're gonna... What about... Yikes! Burn the bug! Burn the bug! Burn it! Burn it! Burn it! Yeah, cool. Burn it again. Burn it again! Wait, Patricia? Wait, Patricia who? What? What? Yeah. Yeah. You're good? I'm happy to hear that, Cutie King. Excellent. Surely there's going to be a time where no matter how early I get into it and how much I focus, I'm not going to be able to attain all of the points I need in one night because they just keep going up. Is that a water type? I see blue ears. I don't know what. I don't know. Pokemon. Hold on. Oh, Thundershock it before they see me! Go! Oh, yes, it's a water type. Yikes, sorry. Chilling before a gaming career forum thingy. That's cool. A gaming career forum sounds awesome. Very cool. Very, very cool. How did you miss that? I found a curious seltzer and it is as bizarre as I expected. Brown sugar clementine seltzer is quite a thing. What is that? Is it like seltzer water? Or is it like, what is it? What is it? Resend from Lost in the Sauce. Oh yeah, Visetti Royale trainer type matters. Nurses and cafe members will heal you as well as have the chance of Alvino, who has a high XP yield. That's cool. Rich people will give you extra coins. The guys with buzz cuts give you a higher tier CAD. And those sporty guys will give you an item. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't realize that. That's awesome. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. That's really cool. And kids do nothing except cry, I think. Ooh, we gotta sneak up and use flying type moves. I think we can probably manage that. It's selectively pretty late in some of Canada and the US. Are you getting enough sleep? Yeah, it's all good. I'm doing okay, sweetheart. Thank you for your concern. It's only 8:30 here, so. Ah, fuck. Dawn is approaching. Okay, hold on. I want to use a flying type move. Don't look at me. Wing attack! Do it! Do it! Do it before they see me! Yeah, bitch! I'll resend one time as the moment was lost. I mentioned Patricia's name because, oh, one of the trainers' names was Patricia. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. It's a company that makes gaming events in Japan with the focus of tackling social issues, and they're doing a career forum / course for free. And I got a spot. Final day, we got to pitch an idea to a bunch of companies. That is so cool. That's amazing, sweetheart. I can't wait to hear what you get up to with that. That sounds incredibly awesome. Hope it lands me an internship at least. Absolutely. Are you getting enough sleep, Magnificent Monstera? Normal type moves, okay. Egads. We are sneaking. We are sneaking. Okay. Yeah. As for being able to do it in one night, depends on how good you are at sneaking up, what card missions you have, and a bit of luck. Right, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Does it save until, like, whatever you do, does it still save it until the next time that you're, like, the next night? Or does it reset every night? Hey, fellow Tasmanian, are you still in the USA and not Oz? I sure am, Amazing Alex. I sure am, here until January. If you come in while I'm playing a video game and you see this model, it probably means that I am not in my home base. Ah, water type. I don't have a... Ah! 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 Get up! We're thinking of pitching a visual novel that teaches formal Japanese in a bunch of different scenarios so people can learn before working here or companies can use it. That is really cool. Use it since a lot of the issues at work come from cultural and language misunderstandings. That is so cool. Also, hello, Swedish Shadow. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's great to see you, darling. Welcome, welcome. Cards and coins empty out. The coins are converted to cash, but your points you have to carry. You do carry over until you get the ticket. Okay, cool. Got it. Got it. Shit! Look at me go! Oh my god! Oh my god! I wonder if we can fucking shit. I wonder if we'll be able to get to our challenger before the end of the night. That might be. Oh, he gave me a card. Thanks, buddy. Buddy boy, I gotta go all the way to the other side of town. Haven't been able to sleep. Looking into something to help. It feels like like a reset button, or like you need a reset button, maybe. Hi there, precious Patricia. Welcome in. How are you? Gorgeous Gotcha. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's great to see you, and I'm doing well, precious Patricia. How are you? Hi there, incredible Infernos. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. I wonder if we can fucking shit. Yep, that's me. That is to be expected, I think. I like how your buddy was. Hey, buddy. I'm doing well. How about you? Yeah, doing well, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. All right, you guys, we gotta go on a quick 3-minute break. For those of you who are new here or need the refresher, every hour we go on a 3-minute break. That is just so that if you are unable to or do not wish to subscribe, you do not need to, because you will still not miss content. Because I walk away from the computer for those 3 minutes. That's when I run the ads. Also, when I highly suggest you walk away, maybe go to the bathroom, grab yourself something to eat or drink. Maybe if you have to take any vitamins and meds, maybe do that. But regardless of what you choose to do, I will see you in just 3 minutes. Thank you so much for the lurk, sweetest Cyber. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Guess I'm weak. Is gonna try to sleep. Honestly, you taking the initiative to get some rest is strong as fuck. Very strong. I'm very proud of you. Doing well, chilling inside where it is a nice and cool 15 Celsius as opposed to 33 outside. Yuck. All right, cuties, we're gonna go on a very quick break. I will miss you terribly, but I'll see you in 3. Mwah! Voila, we are back. A bon oui baguette. Hi, sweeties. Get it? Because it's French zone, French region. Okay, anyway. Precious Patricia, welcome back. Awesome Aussie, welcome back. You beautiful being. Hello, motherfucker. Fabulous Flash, how are you? It's great to see you. Uppies for you, Aussie. Uppies for you. Dearest Dustin, welcome back. Cutie Pie. Dear Doppel, welcome back. Welcome back. Next Toast Slice Jam Slice. Uppies for you. Uppies for you. Welcome back, beautiful Bublin. Welcome back, sweetest Shadow. Dearest Dustin, thank you for contributing to the community game night as well. All right. Oh, hi there, sweetest So Jazzy. Welcome back in. It's good to see you again. I'm an excellent waiter. I love collecting Pokemon about as much as I love waiting tables, maybe more. You understand? I'm saying I've collected all kinds of Pokemon, which means I'm strong. Knowing this, do you still wish to sample the pure power of my Pokemon? Of course. Have you messed with the in-game camera? Not too much, because I want to take selfies when we get like some of our main team together. I don't think I've got any of our team yet. Ben now will hang out a bit longer, but alas, work tomorrow. Yeah, of course, dearest Dustin. No worries, sweetheart. Thank you so much for the lurk. But yes, have a great day tomorrow. Thank you for the lurk as well. Awesome, Ozzy. Have a good one, sweetest Solar. I hope that things feel much better for you, sweetie pie. Both you and Dustin, I hope that you both sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. A little bit before I came in, I did a little bit of airbrushing on my latest kit. It's my very first mostly airbrushed model I've ever made. Can't wait to share it with you and the pals on the 27th for the art stream. Sounds great, Precious Patricia. I'm looking forward to it. Mazebot, not yet. Mazebot out here jumping the gun by being considerate. You can actually use it on all the random NPCs, including the nurses. They're all programmed to have different reactions. Wait, really? It's lizard time! Lizard! Yes! Oh my god, that was the best one yet! It was like I heard a beep, beep, beep. Lizard! Done! Lovely laugh. Welcome back, sweetheart. Upbeats for you. Thank you for the lizarding, sweetest Storm. Alright, sounds tasty. Let's eat your Pokemon. I mean... I just think it's so funny when you swear up to people. It's really funny. There's 2 games I want to recommend. Oh, what are those, Saki? Challengers tickets verified. You are clear to start a promotion match. May I present our main course for the evening? A promotion match! Main course? Well, I'm starving! Whoa! Oh my god, Storm! Holy shit! Before our dance partner showed up on screen there, I was like, oh wow, this guy's really hyped about this battle. He's got like lights coming on. The lizard reminded me the next Pixar movie coming out is being partially made with AI. Yuck, I will not be watching that. Ayo, Tao, you want to eat a Pokemon? No! Unless it's yummy. I love that vest you're wearing, by the way. Isn't it cute? I did not dress myself. I let some lady in the street dress me. Y'all make it to the top of the ZA Royale. Just you wait and see. Once I'm rank A, I'm gonna make Restaurant Lena a 3-star establishment. I would eat a Miltank? Yeah, I probably would too. All right, Rintaro! We are going to beat your ass. Knack and Knack 2. They're 3D platformers and are both $20 on PlayStation. Oh, very cool. Unfortunately, I do not have a PlayStation, tragically. Sweater vests and long sleeve white shirts are one of my favorite vibes. Rintaro, rank W for Wumbo. Slowpoke tails are canonically eaten by rich people. That sounds about right. Horrifyingly. I mean, one Pokemon is ice cream, right? Oh, you have a good point there, sweetest So Jazzy. You really do. All right, here we go. Wait, you're green and I'm red. Whatever you say can be burned in my stead. Oh shit, but he's protected. Okay, tail clip. Fuck, hold on. Ah, yikes. Wait, no, we need a heal. Wait, what? Wait, no, I need a heal. Jesus, what the fuck? Yeah, restore health much. That was scary. Knack is not a human or an animal. He is being completely made of ancient relics. Interesting. Rank W for whiner when he loses. Dustin, I love these. I really love the shade you guys are giving to people based on their rank. That's really funny. The problem with the ice cream Pokemon, the only animals in nature that disguise themselves as food are parasites. You do have a very valid point there, actually. Yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point. Actually, no, it is not an ice cream. It is actually an icicle that made itself look like ice cream. I think Doppel's point may still stand, though. I'm afraid of eating a parasite. Hi there, lovely lord. Welcome in. How are you doing, hon? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. Okay, this is getting harder because I'm playing with some Pokemon that are not leveled properly. This guy's a level 24. Okay, she's 23. He's 23. She's 23. Oh, this is a female. Nice. But we have a level 17 as well, which is a bit scary. Bit scary. Parasites are not a fun time. The main cast of VG3 can attest to this. That is true. Very well. Forbidden Ice Cream wins this night. Doing good, just relaxing. Got some Christmas shopping done, so I can relax now. That's awesome, lovely lord. Hey, I was asking people this last stream, but anyone who didn't get to answer, or if you already have, I'd love to hear it again. What is your favorite gift that you're excited to give this year? If you're doing Hanukkah, Christmas, just of someone's birthday, what is your favorite gift that you have given or will give? Okay, now to lurking. Good man, dearest Dustin! Thank you so much for the lurk, sweetheart. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for your amazing support. Your Brexit should know some psychic moves by now. Once this fight is over, you should go in and adjust your moves. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe I should do that. I'd want a symbiote. I'm just giving money? What do you mean I'm just giving money? This one. I'm giving my niece her own collection of Lorcana cards. That's cool. So she has something for her own instead of getting excited for her brother's stuff. That's so sweet, lovely lord. She's gonna be so hyped. Oh, you're just giving money. That's your gift on Christmas. Got it. As I said before, it is an original G1 Transformer. That's right, named Hound for my dad. He lost his a long time ago. Nixie's gonna cry. That's so sweet. I give people money on Christmas. Honestly, my mom would love you. That's like her preferred gift is when someone gives her just cash. Thank you, finally. Sinicore. Guess what, Beach? I got some electric types for you. Protect, fuck you. Time to heal. Wait, wrong one. There's a Transformer called Squeeze Play in America? Wait, it's called Squeeze Play in America and Cancer in Japan? What? How much do you remember type matchups anyways? Not much, it's been a while. The next few days I'll be sadly stuck inside. Tomorrow will be 38, Friday will be 33, fortunately it's gonna drop to 25, and then the highest temperatures will be in the low 20s. Ugh, God, yuck. It's the simplest and easiest gift there is. Money? Yeah, I mean, and then you can get whatever you want. Like, I get the appeal, I really do. I don't think I'm gonna be able to stick around till the end of the stream, and I gotta go pick up my brother's motorbike that has been fixed. I'm currently busy fixing the lights and set up later tonight, so just gonna lurk and pop in when possible. No worries at all, sweetest Strat. I totally understand. I hope that you have a good one, sweetheart. Thank you for dropping in for any amount of time. It's always a pleasure to see you. You know that. We miss you lots, but hopefully we'll see more of you in the new year. And have a good one, sweetie. Drive safe and motorcycle safe. Motorbike safe. The Blender Transformer is in Revenge of the Fallen is called Dickbot? You're kidding me, really? Wait, what? I mean, it does seem like a dick thing to do, blend people up, right? If you like, I can give simple refreshers when I'm here upon request. Only thing I'll say, as far as moves go for this message, is that this game's status moves are nerfed into the ground. Expect light screen and reflect. Okay, so I don't wanna be using Tail Whip and Growl and stuff like that. I wanna be using like direct protection moves. No! I cannot let my dream end here! I will have my 3-star restaurant! Psych. Denise here. Oh, fuck. I don't have my... Oh, God, this would be the easiest one if I had, if I had my Feraligatr. Bruh. Christ. Yeah, good job. Nilo! Hi, Nito Nile. Welcome in. How are you doing, sweetheart? It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are ya? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Much appreciated. Like maybe one status is usually fine, but they last so short of time in the real-time system, it makes it not worth using, which includes self-buffs. Okay, so I gotta probably remove charge and a few other ones then. The harmonious flavors of my trio were so perfect! And yet... Hi, Thylacines, welcome in! How are you doing? Great to see you. You're sword shopping at work? No, that's awesome. I bought a variety of evolution stones to form a well-balanced team! Yeah, we were overpowered. In any case, it's incredible that you could dodge my treasure Pokemon trio's mix of moves! Your victory is confirmed. Congratulations. Now processing your promotion. I'm V for... winning. Feel free to visit our fine establishment again and enjoy a nice meal. I look forward to serving you. Another way to view this is rank 5 until I move up again and then I'm not in the Roman numerals anymore. How are you going, Zalsonin? Self-heal moves like Recover and Synthesis got a buff in real-time system? Okay, so we want self-healing and we want protection. I want an Egyptian Kopish? What is Kopish? They are works of art. That's cool. What kind of, are they like scimitar shaped? What do they look like? I can guarantee he will, since last Christmas I got him the original Optimus Prime and he cried. He was so happy. That's so sweet, Mix. Good job, sweetheart. As for general advice, since you can switch around moves, try to give your go-to move on a particular Pokemon on whatever button your thumb falls to. Helps most the time with those trigger panic reactions. Interesting. Okay, is that the very hooked sword? Cool, that's really cool, Nilo. Oh, I'd love to see that if you want up ordering one. Tao, it's Emma. Listen, I've received a tip that the Pokemon I've been after is in your area right now, but... Oh! That cry just now. Did you see what kind of Pokemon it came from? It's a black Pokemon. Whatever you do, do not let that Pokemon out of your sight, Tao. Based on its cry and your description, I have reason to believe the Pokemon near you is Zygarde in its 10% form! What could it be thinking? We need to find out why it's here. I'm heading there now!
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker! I love Little Mac. Tao! Don't lose sight of the Zygarde! Uh-oh. Squishy! Oh, it's squishy time! Good luck getting one of those things. They're really cool. They're very cool, aren't they? Okay, we gotta keep up with this little dog. This little dog. Ooh. Wait, dog! Wait, dog! Dog's fast! Dog's too fast! I can't jog! Why can't I jog after the dog? Does it wait for me if I stop? No, it doesn't! Okay, sorry, I'm going. Squishy was the name Bonnie gave it in the anime? That's very wholesome. That's so cute. And I can't fucking roll either. And I can't read what Emma's saying because my head's in the way. Dog is speed! Dog is speed. The Kolfash is a sickle sword used throughout the ancient Middle Ages, but popularized and most well known for its use in ancient Egypt. A number of Kolfashes are present in Persona 5 as melee weapons, equipable by Joker. That's cool. Dog! Etsy over Amazon all day. Even though Etsy's kind of being taken over too, which sucks, but it's certainly not as bad as Amazon. Dog! Oh, dog! Oh, whoa, we're on a roof? Sky dog. Excuse me. The mysterious Pokemon carried you to the roof. Ah! Come back. Oh! An Absol! Uh-oh. Tao! Where is Zygarde? Whoa! I'm picking up a strong surge of mega power. That Absol up there, it looks like it's in pain. We've got to help it. But how did you even get up on the roof? She needs a mega ring. AC! How did you... Floette alerted me that there could be another case of rogue mega evolution here. Time is of the essence. We must leave this battle in Tau's hands. Lucario, deliver this mega ring to Tau. Bless you and your wrong ally too. Thank you, Sweetest Strat. Thank you so much. Sweetest Save! Hi, honey. I can't read what you're saying. My hands are in the way is an uncommon problem offline. Says you. Sweetest Save, welcome in, honey. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the 7-stream streak, darling. I can't believe you've been around, like, consistently around my channel that long. Thank you. It's such an honor. Something funny happened recently. I got a package yesterday that was, some grocery. Wait, no. Sorry, that was... Okay, hold on. It scrolled. 1 second, please. I got a package yesterday that was tightly packed with fragile, handle with care written on it. And I was wondering what it could be, because I didn't order any fragile stuff. Oh! Soidar! Hello, sweetest Soidar, how are you? Sorry, 1 second, I'm gonna jump down there just a sec. All I was expecting was some groceries. I did open the package. To my surprise, I found the most fragile toothpaste. That's insane. Oh my god. Fabulous Soidar! Welcome in, darling! It's such a pleasure to see you, sweetheart. How was your stream? Light up the town? You have to tell me more. Raiders, welcome in, sweethearts. Welcome in. If you guys need a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you here. You guys, this is Cider, the Fox Vtuber, who had graced us with their presence, emerging from the realm of Light Up the Town. This flower Fox Vtuber, self-proclaimed as silly, doth indeed radiate joy and positivity. With a penchant for gaming and chatting, she welcomes all to her domain, including lurkers and those seeking special events. A true beacon of light in the streaming realm. 100%! You guys, if you haven't checked out the absolutely gorgeous being that is Cider the Fox Vtuber, you are missing out. She is so warm, so sweet, so much fun. And LTV, sweetheart, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal. What a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Cider raid. Amber is insane. Well, we love you, Amber, regardless of your sanity. Welcome into you. Tinge, hi Terrific Tinge, welcome on in. No hurry, hope stream is fun. It's been great, sweetheart. Thank you so much for asking. How was yours? Terrific Tinge, good evening. Hope your day's treating you well. It is indeed. It is a pleasure to have you. It's a really cute game about decorating a town for Christmas as a fairy. That's so cute. Hey, do you know when your next stream will be, sweetheart? And actually, while you let us know, here's a little bit about us for your wonderful, wonderful community.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Fully and go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. Yay! But yes, welcome into fabulous, sweetest Cider and her gorgeous community. Lovely you're going to be streaming on Thursday about 6:30 p.m. CST. What will you be playing, pray tell? You guys, like I said, please check out Gorgeous Cider. If you're not following her, give her a follow. Trust me on this. She is a personal friend of mine, and she is adorable and super sweet. Cider, are you still doing your subathon, or did that finish up? I miss when Noragami was popular. It was so good. I don't even know if it was ever like, I don't think it was ever like mainstream popular, was it? But like, yeah, among the people who loved it, God, so good. So good. Cider would be Merciless Mirage if they were a Transformer. I don't know who that is. I have no clue. I'm making them vote on what to do. I love that, Cider. That's the best thing. Pass it off to the community. Be like, if you like it, it's your fault. If you don't like it, also still your fault. It is such a pleasure to have you, cutie pie. Thank you so very much for the raid. To answer your question, ZA is going great. For those of you who don't know and have just come in from the raid, you got that little About Us video, but this is my first time playing ZA. I have not, so we're in the story still. Early story too. But typically what you'll see when I am not streaming from the US, where I currently am at the moment, typically I'm in Australia. And I'm an artist, so on Friday, Aussie time, typically we do art. You get to come on in and share your music taste with us. We queue it up and listen to it on Spotify. You also get to help me decide what I'm drawing. We are also playing through Final Fantasy XIV for the first time and Persona 5 for the very first time. I've never played a Persona game and it is a blast. Tuesdays, we haven't really decided what we're going to do, but I'm going to put a poll up, so if you'd like to have an impact on that, you are welcome to join the Discord where I will be posting that poll. One of the things will be ZA. We used to do demo nights as well, where you guys send in demos. We do like 3 a night every Tuesday. So we could do that if you vote for that. We could go back to Hollow Knight. I'm dog shit at that game, but I am happy to play it if you'd like me to. Yeah, lots of really fun stuff. It's such a pleasure to have you guys. Thank you so much for bringing your gorgeous community in, Sweetest Cider. I capped my thing because it was never going to end with current busy level. That's amazing, Cider. That is a testament to how absolutely extraordinary your community is and how much they fucking love you so much. Cider's the root of me checking around VTubers, and by a few degrees, what brought me here. That's true, Tint, and we're so grateful to have you here. Thank you so much for finding your way to us by way of Sweetest Cider. It's their name based on Transformer name generator. Oh, got it. Cider, sweetheart, thank you so much for contributing to the community game night challenge and the storytelling stream as well. Cider is too addictive. It's true, Cider is too addictive. There's a name generator based on birthdays. Oh, gotcha. Hi there, Sweetest Sly. Welcome in. How are you? You're strong, perceptive, enduring, charming, intelligent, agile, and lucky. That's what makes you special. Back at you, sweetheart. Back at you. Terrific Tinge, thank you for contributing to the Community Game Night Challenge. All right, precious pals, you better have followed Sweetest Cider by now, who will be streaming again at 6 p.m. CST. Is that what she said? Hold on a second. Yep, 6:30. 6:30 p.m. CST. And you guys, if you go join our community now, you will be able to have an influence on what she streams. Thank you so much, darling. I really do appreciate you coming on in and bringing your gorgeous community. Always such a treat, such a treasure. You are so sweet, and I really do appreciate you coming on in here. With your community is even better, but even if it's just you, I fucking love seeing you, so thank you for coming in. Tinge, thank you for contributing to the community game night. Thank you as always. I always enjoy getting a chance to come by. Yay, I'm so happy that you're able to be here. It's so exciting to have you raid in while I'm in the US. We're like on the same continent at the moment. All right. We will continue our gaming adventures, but please check out Lovely Cider. Tau, that Absol is on the verge of falling prey to Rogue Mega Evolution. To defeat a Rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon, you must wield the power of Mega Evolution yourself! I tend to creep in here quietly on my own. Thank you so much, Sweet Cider! I appreciate you, whether you're chatting or whether you're lurking. I always just love having you. Thank you so much, sweetie. You are such a supportive and wonderful person, and I couldn't appreciate you more. Thank you, lovely. I have fallen into my old ways for far too long. How are you doing, Tau? I missed y'all. We missed you too, Sweetest Sly. I hope you're feeling much better. You know, Tau, sometimes I think. Same. Thank you for the Mega Ring, Lucario. Remember what I told you about Mega Evolution? Tau, put on the Mega Ring. Wow, that is a ring, all right. I thought it would be like a ring that goes on your hand, but no. Ozzy, thank you so much for the care package. Delicious. A dangerous pastime, true. Sudasato, welcome in! How are you? It's so good to see ya. Whoa, pretty cool. The Angel Devil Pokemon. We'll advise you from here. To face down a rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon, you must also use Mega Evolution. The Mega Ring I gave you can hold Mega Power within it. When you attack rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon, orbs of Mega Power will spill out of them. Gather as many of those orbs as you can, and once you've maxed out your Mega Power, use the right trigger, push it, to have Lucario Mega Evolve for you. When Pokemon undergo Rogue Mega Evolution, they gain formidable strength and become hard to damage. You may not be able to defeat one without a Mega Evolved Pokemon of your own. When you attack a Rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon, orbs of Mega Power will burst out of it. Collecting them will fill your Mega Ring with this power. Once your Mega Ring is fully charged, press right trigger. Not trigger. Why did I say trigger? Stick. It's a stick. To Mega Evolve your Pokemon and fight back. Hi there, Valley and Vegeta. Welcome on back. How you doing? Yay! Hello, sweet Saru.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt. Definitely, Valley Vegeta.
And there is one more thing you must remember. You must not let yourself fall during the battle. Dodge your foes' attacks if they might strike you. Yikes! Where's the balls? Send me, give me balls! You're supposed to send out balls. Put the balls out. Bruh, where are your balls? Don't understand. Gather up. Oh, are those the balls? Oh, those are the balls. Okay, I got the balls. Oh, fuck! How do I know when I've had enough? Oh, on the lower right. Got it. Can you give me some more balls to work with, please? Dude. Where are... Ah! Balls. What makes... Oh, is that it? Is that what I have to look out for? Whoa. Well, how do I... Bitch! Oh, I poked him. Am I doing this wrong? Yikes! Do I have to keep attacking it? Is it like a piñata? Does it? Lucario, my 5th place favorite Pokemon. Lucario is pretty cool. You have to fight it for it to drop energy. Oh, got it. Okay, I thought that we were just waiting for it to like cast spells and then... Ah! I see. Ah! No, fuck! Okay, I think we're good to go. Button pushing time, go! I think it's pinata mode, yeah? It is pinata mode, true. That's what we should call it from now on, guys. Has Tao's Kirlia evolved yet? No, not yet, but I do need to evolve my, ooh, nice. Naz. Can you, oh, you can, that's cool. You can extend the duration if you, gather more of these. Sick, love that. That's fun. They really insist on the, on being active here, don't they? This music is crazy, dude. Oh. Ooh, that was close. Oh. fuck. Okay. I gotta gather more again, I think. Ow. Bruh. Nice. Uh-oh. I'm gonna kill our friend's Pokemon by accident. Oh my god, I'm really bad at this. Ah! Can I heal him? Oh! Die! You're gonna die! You're gonna die, kid! Hold on. What? No! I haven't saved. I forgot to save the whole time I've been streaming. What happened? What happened? Fuck! No! Oh, Sweet Asetu, sweetheart, thank you so much for the 165 stream streak. Sorry it took me until my game crashed to... Apparently nothing actually works. Oh! Okay, well, I mean, listen, I'm glad that we... Okay, it saved at least that far. Now I just gotta get better at the Mega thing. Holy crap, has anyone seen that? Has anyone had their Switch crash on them like that? I was gonna redeem save too, but I assumed it auto-saved. I'm so glad it did. It looks like it did. Oh, right, don't lose sight. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. How did that happen? That's what I'm wondering. What the fuck? Game just crashed, I suppose. Yeah, very odd. No, I've completed this game's story and haven't crashed once. Very strange. I've been made a fool of. Okay, we'll try this again. Maybe first I'll save? Oh, I can't save. Of course not. Where were you when Pokemon ended? Friend called me and said Pokemon is killed. No! I get to see everything that happened earlier. That's true! We have a Zygarde friend now. That's the main thing that's happened. Alright, we're just gonna click through this real quick. Just got a new game that I think would be cool for stream. Kentucky Route Zero, a very artistically designed point-and-click RPG set around a delivery driver getting lost and ending up on a secret highway, and the communities and people that were formed along the highway by all the other people who got lost. I'm looking forward to playing it tonight away from all the distractions so I can get absorbed in the story. Very cool, Patricia. Sounds very interesting. The gasp! 10% as I got. Alright. Thank you so much, Ozzy. Rock Ally had a Windows moment. Well, that wasn't even the Ally. That was the Switch. The Switch itself fucked itself. It fucked itself. Absol's absolute agitation, lit as Tao's temper transformed Lucario lusciously and lovingly into Mega Monstrous Mastery mode. Let's go, Tinge! I love it! I love the alliteration, and I love the switch up in alliteration as well. Good job. Figuring out people's Transformer names via their birthdays, September 22. Yeah, it was the Switch. Isn't that crazy? I wanted to see other forms of Zygarde, like 25 and 75. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. That's okay, Ozzy. When stream crashed earlier, that was the Allies' fault. But for some reason, the Switch crashed. This time. Sega for life. Always glad to lift out a good alliteration. Absolutely, you did great, Terrific Tinge. Thank you so much. Skywave, that's so badass. I'm so holding back telling you when Kelia will evolve. Oh, good job, Setu. Keep holding back, you can do it. All right, let's try this again. Maybe I'll get good. Thank you for always taking the time to read through them. Of course, I know you're putting a lot of effort into them, sweetheart, so it's my pleasure, and I really like saying them. It's like a massage for my mouth. Yay, goodies. Oh, fuck. Nice. Okay, Mega time! For the record, I'm not savvy with handheld devices. That's okay, sweetheart, you're all good. The clip is funny nonetheless. With all this punching the pinata, you get candy to make your Mega Pokemon last longer? Exactly! That is precisely what I think it's saying anyway. Oh, get away from us! Oh, sorry, buddy! Get over here! Get out of there! Ah! Okay, go. Ow! Fuck. Oh, is it doing the thing again? Ah! Nice. Need more of these. I need more of these bad. Nice. Okay, this actually gets really fucking involved, guys. You actually have to like run around and do the job that you're sent here to do? What? Unheard of. Oh, it's doing the thing. Get away, 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 get away. Okay. I wonder if the game crashed because it's like, it's impossible for this to take so long. How? How do you make this last this fucking long? Nice! We got him! Can I catch it? Making quick work of it this time! Woohoo! I tried. Wait until the Absol dies? Yeah, well, I'm hoping that, I mean, it's kind of sad. It looks like it dematerialized Absolite. Oh, nice. Does Tau know what Dark is weak against, or wait until the Absol died and, I mean, gets eliminated from the battlefield? It'd be worse if it said, your trial for ZA has expired! I would die, dude. Wow, Tau! Incredible! You really are an amazing trainer. I can't believe you managed to pacify that rogue Mega Absol. Do you get how big of a deal this is? You saved Absol from the pain of rogue Mega Evolution. I wonder why Zygarde led you here in the first place. AZ! Sorry I'm late! Huh? Emma? Tau, what are you doing here? Hold on. Did Tau take care of that rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon? But how? She can't use Mega Evolution yet. AZ lent her Lucario and a Mega Ring. Tau, let me catch you up on what's been going on so far. Essentially, the bond between a Pokemon and its trainer is what makes Mega Evolution possible. But lately, there have been incidents in Lumiose where wild Pokemon that don't have a trainer are suddenly Mega Evolving on their own. We've been calling this Rogue Mega Evolution. There's a certain company that's keeping a close eye on what's been happening. If we want to get our hands on their information, we gotta keep winning in the ZA Royale. Excuse me. That was AZ's idea anyway. AZ's idea? You remember I've talked about wanting to protect Lumios, right? Well, Rogue Mega Evolution is what we want to protect it from. Oh, an Absol. Is this Absol the one that Rogue Mega evolved? Indeed. It seems to be grateful to Tau for saving it from its suffering. Oh, it's cute. Some twist of fate has led your paths to cross. Perhaps you should keep this Absol at your side. Yay! I caught it without working at all. Well, I did. Thank you for the care package, Awesome Ozzy. And thank you so much to Sadie for contributing to Community Game Night and Ozzy for contributing to Community Game Night. Thank you. Absol, huh? That's not a Pokemon that you see around very much. They say our lives are defined by our encounters. Be sure to cherish this encounter with Absol. First, you win a Zenny Royale promotion match, then you handle a Rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon. You must be exhausted. Let's head back to the hotel and kick back. ZA is still a scary man. He's still a terrifying, terrifying man. Oh, we are under 15K from completing the challenge. Let's go. What rank are you in? We just got to V, as in vital. Victor, Vamos, villain. The next day. Your alarm is going off. Victor, because he's winner. He's a winner. Your Flabébé looks weird. In the best way. Hey, you're up! Guess what? They just said on the news that both Magenta Plaza and Juan Plaza got turned into wild zones. Oh, this is how we get more Pokemon. I was like, they have to have more than 12 Pokemon. Boy, it sure gets quiet around here when Lita and Naveen are out, huh? Where is Naveen? Maybe he swung by his house? He mentioned needing to give something to his little sister. Hold up a sec. Vinny's calling. Hey, Vinny. Uh-huh. I got it. I'll bring Tao. Man, that guy always calls when a text would be fine. Must be a corporate thing. This could have been an email. Anyway, you and I gotta head to Quasartico HQ. Apparently, Vinny wants to talk to us about Rogue Mega Evolution. I love how your character just looks great and everything. This is the outfit that we chose. This is the outfit we chose. I can take credit for this one. Villain, you say? Random Talcula appears. More Pokemon means more areas, meaning more Pokemon to catch. Let's go. Gotta get going. I'm on call this week, so I need the extra hours. Oh, absolutely, sweetest Sir Jazzy. No worries at all, darling. Hun, I hope that you have a wonderful one. If you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. And have a good day at work, okay? Or good time, good main at work. Have a good one, sweetheart. How? Listen to the voice of Lumios. If you try, you can hear it through a Pokemon and people. Actually, you know what, Tao? Before we head to Quasartico, I want to see you get a feel for the power of Mega Evolution. Let's have a Pokemon battle so you can Mega Evolve that Absol you got. Anytime you want to Mega Evolve a Pokemon, you gotta have it hold its particular Mega Stone. To get your Pokemon ready to Mega Evolve, you must give it a Mega Stone to hold. Select one of your Pokemon from the main menu, then choose Give an Item to Hold or Change Held Item. Your Pokemon will need a specific Mega Stone that corresponds to its species. Absol will not be able to Mega Evolve unless you give it Absolite. Yep. You gotta put Absol in your party, though, or you'll have no one to Mega Evolve. That's not true! I have a Gardevoir that can do that. Wait, let's evolve Nath! Nath is gonna evolve! He's so cute. What a cute Nath! Give Pouch Pal the power of God. I hope Feraligatr has a Mega Evo. That'd be cool. As long as it is cool. Otherwise it'd be shit. Which would be really sad. Right. Let's see here. Not you. That's not the right one. Okay. Let's have a Pokemon battle so you can Mega Evolve that Absol you got. Wait, I've got it. Is it not holding it? Hold on. Did I not give it to... Well, oh, give it Absolite. For some reason I thought it came with it. You're my soda pop, my little soda pop. This seems like the right place for it, right? No, must be... Oh, there we go. That's dumb. I mean, like, it's smart that it's there, but I'm dumb. Okay, anyway. Really, is it 26? Noise, it's very close! Not gonna say it, though. Good job. Good job. Okay, wait, really? Thank you. Since Absol's holding its Absolite, you'll just need to press the R stick when it's time to Mega Evolve. Here I come, Tau! Come at me, brah! Press the what? I keep on saying trigger, but what I mean is stick. Very different. Wait! Wait! Wrong characters! Dogs! Pokemon! Sorry. I don't know what I'm thinking of pets at the moment. When your Mega Ring is full of Mega Power, give your Pokemon the signal to Mega Evolve with R. Your accumulated Mega Power will start draining as soon as you trigger Mega Evolution. Once the power is gone, it will revert, but it can Mega Evolve again to start more power. Okay, hold up. We gotta... No! Wait, it's ready! It's ready! It's done cooking! Take it out of the oven! Got him. Got him. Ow! Oh, you. Why is mine not bigger? You were so big before, now you're small. Just obliterating all of his team. Fabulous Farmine! Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Check out our Mega Evolution. Uh-oh. That is a big backpack thing you've got, bud. Of the first gen starters, Squirtle is my favorite first form, Ivysaur is my favorite second, and Charizard is always gonna stay my favorite third. That is totally fair, Tinge. I think I probably agree with that. Bayleaf! Because when your Absol was in the raid, it was supersized beyond even an alpha size for boss epicnics. Oh, of course, it would be a little bit less epic if it was like normal size during that. This Mega makes me giggle a bit, yeah, a bit, yeah. You even beat me when I was using Mega Evolution? You're really something. You got the hang of using Mega Evolution quick. If another rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon comes along, you'll be able to handle it no problem. Alright, let's head to Quasartico now. It's the big white building in the Magenta District that sticks out like a sore thumb. You can't miss it. Quasartico is known for its cutting-edge tech, so I bet it looks incredible inside. Alright. We have some wild zones to frequent. Lots of side questicles as well. All right, let's go to a wild zone first. How about that? Oh, wait, yes, oh yeah, that's fine. I personally like building my team as all alphas because big Pokemon are cool. They are very cool. Very, very cool. I do agree. All right, We gotta switch our Flaffy back. I'm going the wrong way. The total opposite direction. I still haven't decided my favorite non-legendary Mega Evolution though. The competition is stiff out there. That's true, it is. Does items like Quick Claw still function? Actually, that's a good question. I don't know if they have Quick Claw in this game. I don't know if it would make sense for them to. Swap back that Flaffy Taffy! Storm! There's something really funny about you not saying anything for a while and then coming back with Flaffy Taffy! Damn, that should have been one that we put to a vote too. That's a very good name. Actually, wait, is this one that we named? Because we named, oh, actually, I think we named the shiny. We didn't name this one. All right, we'll call this one Flaffy Taffy because that makes me giggle every time. That's gonna make me laugh every single time I say it. Okay, hold on. Oh, oops. Flaffy. Flaffy Taffy. Sweetacite, welcome in, hon. How are you doing? What's your take on dark chocolate? I've relit my liking for it. I love dark chocolate. I actually don't really like milk chocolate these days. All right, we got Flaffy Taffy on the team, baby. Look, I'm at work, but I'm still hanging out. Thank you so much, Storm. I appreciate it. No, I'm not saying that, like, how dare you not say anything. I'm just saying there's just something really funny with you not saying anything and then coming back with an absolute zinger that is just so, so wholesome. And then I'm listening to your voice in my head say Flaffy Taffy in your very masculine Aussie voice, and it's making me laugh. Mine's Mega God of War. I shall not elaborate. I'm excited to see it. Don't forget to save. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you, Sedu. Thank you, Sedu. Thank you, Patricia, for the reminder. Thank you, Sedu, for the redeem. Dark chocolate go brrr. It's true. I fucking love dark chocolate. It's so good. Chillin', still under the weather, but this oatmeal is helping. Yummy! What kind of oatmeal do you have? Is it just plain, or did you put something in it? It's surprisingly good for you in ways, providing it's eaten in moderation, of course. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We'll add it to the D&D game for you. Yay, Flappy Taffy! You're gonna be like saying something, and then I'm gonna hear you say Flappy Taffy. I'm gonna scream in every other party member's ear, and they're just gonna be like, "Whoa, what is wrong with her?" Magnificent Maid, thank you for contributing to the community's game night, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you. Can I get in here? Like, what the fuck? This is a... Huh? This is a wild zone. Oh, there it is. That's the entrance. Did you do the quest for the shiny? The shiny Mareep? We did. We did indeed. Aspen says hi and she misses everyone. Please let Aspen know we miss her too. I hope she's having a great time with whatever she is up to. Okay, this is not gonna go well. I can already tell you. These guys are pretty fucking high level. We might have to do some actual grinding before we, Oh, actually, can you Mega Evolve? Oh, no, you can't. Hello. Ah! Yikes! Can I catch this bitch? Oh, fuck. Again! Fuck, okay, kill it. Again! Oh wait, I should be using my Mega! Oh, not Mega, Great. The greatest of balls. Okay, I think I've already got that. Yeah, I got a Bellsprout. Ooh, sparkles. Hello, Aspen. Please do not commit feminicide in another country, even if it's justified. Oh, yikes. Yeah, no, please don't do that at all. This is your first wild zone of getting jumped? Uh-oh. Oh, those are cool. Ah! Uh-oh. Oh, fuck! What are you doing out of the water? Illegal! 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 Kill it! Kill it! This is illegal! Get back to where you came from! You little shit! Oh! Did I get him? Nice. Good job. Okay, I should probably take you back. I'm afraid you're gonna get whacked. Ah, I hate that there's a fish on land, dude. This is why the ocean was made, so that you don't have to be in my space. Is Tau actually gonna catch them all? Yeah, I am. Quote that. Fuck. Okay, kill it. That's Carvana. They will be jumping you today. I didn't ask for this. Oh, Sharpedo's scary. Sharpedo's got scary angy eyes. I have one of you. I have one of you. Ah! Don't look at me. Ah! Why are they following me? I hate that they're just happily jumping around on land. Oh, God. Go back to where you came from. No, please don't quote me on that. That sounds so bad. That sounds so bad out of context. Or maybe in context, too. But it sounds really bad out of context. It's Pokemon. There's gonna be fish on land. No, I'm not used to this. It's not okay. Every time I hear the word Carvana, my brain plays the music and says it to Baby Shark. Carvana, do. This thing's scary, do. It looks like it's standing on, it is standing on two legs. Oh, it's so yucky. Oh, it's 43? Wait, can I throw this
Hello,
on?
motherfucker.
Go through! Fuck. Can I? Oh, I am not fucking with that big dude. Okay, I'm just, alright. We're gonna, what are we gonna do? Hello, motherfucker! Welcome back, Santa Sam! It's good to have you back. What are these guys doing down here? What do they think they're doing? They cannot touch me. They can't. I will draw the line if Carvana start climbing fucking ladders, man. That is unacceptable. Alpha Watchdog? Alpha Watchdog? Scary. I bet quick balls are insanely OP if they're in this game. Actually, that's a really good point. They would be, wouldn't they? Yay! Altos! You return! Welcome back, Sweet Sam. I'm sorry, I'm currently just trying to, like, work out the math of sneaking past Mr. Watchdog and catching his friends. Turn around. Just turn around, bud. Just turn around. Don't look this direction. Turn around. Look the other way. Great. Okay, go! Ah! Shh, shh, shh. Yeah! Oh, watch hog. I didn't read the lack of a D. Okay, my bad, sorry. Hope you are good. I am, sweetheart. I'm doing great. How are you? Okay, rolling! Rolling! Oh, he's gonna eat me! He's gonna fucking eat me. Run! Ooh, a cobra. A cobra. An arbok. How's our... Okay, I don't... okay, hold on. Oh, I can hide behind this. Ooh, okay, birds eat snakes. Therefore... Oh, no, that's a wrong button! No, back up! Press B! Fuck! I wanted to sneak up on him so bad! Oh, no, that's not the right thing! Target the thing that's gonna eat you! Oh, God, I'm falling! Oh, my God, what is happening? I always thought I'd be a good Pokemon trainer, but I don't think I will be! This is really, really bad. Bro. Can you just put it in the bed? Ah! No, don't kill my dog! My flying dog! The bird! Don't kill the bird! Oh no, don't kill that either! Oh no! No, wrong button! Giga Train! What are you doing? That didn't look like it drained anything! Please! Oh, thank God. How is it still? Oh, oops. No. Alright, that was a bit of a fail. I definitely thought that was, yeah, alright. I have the water. I'm gonna wash away my sadness. Whatever this was. Don't worry, Tau. Everyone starts somewhere. Thank you, Duffel. I appreciate it. Very kind. Eek. Scary. He was out of range of Giga Drain. Oh, I see. Okay. My poor Pokemon are getting got. Wow. Thank you so much for the care Sorry, I'm dropping things. Thank you so much for the care package, Awesome Aussie. Did you hear about the water vapor that couldn't hit anything? Turns out it missed, but Oh, I did not adjust Braxian's moves. Hold on. Hold on. Let's do that. Let's do that real quick. How many more do I have? I have 2 more. I know that one is Arbok. Probably the other one is Sharknado or whatever it's called. I need to heal. Might be a good time to look over everyone's. That's a good point. That is true. Would be good. Sharknado. What's his name? I'll probably keep calling him Sharknado. When we get him, we'll call him Sharknado if you like. Let's see. Okay. Move check. Psybeam! Let's put that over there. Static alphas aren't included in the catch list unless they also appear on non-alphas. Gotcha, okay. Sharpedo, that's it, Sharpedo. I can't even say that with a straight face. Sharknado the Sharpedo. We talked about Sharknado in VC yesterday, did you? Did you enjoy it? Or did you watch it again, or what? Ooh, whoops, sorry, wrong one. Psyshock would be cool. Okay, what have we got here? Ice Punch is kinda handy for you. Actually, Protect would be good. Thunder, wait, no, sorry. I did the wrong thing. Confuse, right? Not really interested in that, actually. Nope, oops, wrong one. Okay, Ice Punch. What if we do Ice Punch over Charge? Man, he doesn't have a whole lot. No, but Gust, we got Gust. Oops. Sleep Powder, Razor Leap. Poison Powder could be useful. Put that there. Is there a date on community game night when the goal is met? Not yet. Once we reach it, I will figure out where I will be in the world, literally, at that time, and then I will let you guys vote in the Discord on which one you prefer, which time slot you prefer. Thank you for the lurk, Awesome Aussie. Unlike some moves that launch it creates the attack over the target so things can't easily get in your way. Oh, wait, what move is that again? Sorry, no, you probably said it. Probably said it, but I didn't see it, sorry. Eco Drain could be useful. Okay, we got Psy Shock as opposed to Psy Beam. And then we got Magical Leaf. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know which one I prefer. Skiddo. Synthesis? Restore some HP by producing energy through photosynthesis. Leech Seed. Take down, take down, take down, 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 down. To the shadows I shall go, but return I shall before the snow. To everyone else, enjoy the show. Thank you, sweet Tint. I appreciate it. Thank you, cutie pie. I appreciate your lurk and thank you for your support. That's a ground type attack. Protect would probably be good for you, Skiddo. Okay, I think we've fucked around with everything that we can at the moment. Alright. Psybeam's range is kind of booty. Got it, okay. Alright. We will deal with that shortly. I would like to go visit this area. Oh, and then we also have this one too. I say this as someone who used the Fine Can line through the whole game. What is the Fine Can line? Actually, we can go in here first. This is a new area. Oh, Phenexin? Fennekin. Got it. Sorry. I getcha. Oh, it's easy to catch. Oh, I feel kind of bad about this. Yay! Easy done. Good job, Vanillite. We have a Kakuna already. I have fire for you. Whee! Ooh. Nice. Yay! Roselia! We got you, beats. Oh! Oh, it's a hippopotamus! Ah! Oh wait, no, they're ground type, aren't they? Are they ground type? Shit! Ah! Fuck! Get me out of here! Fuck. Sorry, I don't. Ah! Oh, there's an alpha! No wonder I'm dying! Jesus. I think it'd be really fitting if some of the Pokemon, like some of the alphas, fought with each other. I think that'd be kind of cool. Relax, Tau. Don't die! I might die of not relaxing. Oh, and then of course we got like nighttime Pokemon. A Shuppet! Oh shit! It noticed me. Fuck. VX! Thank you so much for the 5 biddies. Ooh, piece of candy. Thank you. According to the anime, it's hippopotas. When did you turn yourself into a YouTubers? I've had this little guy for a long time. If you ever come see me when I'm doing collabs on other channels, this is what this is my Fugi react. Ah! Shuppet! Go away! I didn't ask for this. Oh, yikes, gotcha. Oh god, now what? Who's seen me now? Who's seen me now? What is... Oh no, it's the alpha! The alpha? Let's just not. A YouTube's plush of Tau would be cute. I would love to be a YouTube's plush. I would be very happy. If anyone knows anyone from YouTube's, let me know. Wait, are you orange? No, you're red. Never mind. Damn it. Ah, it's still following me. Okay, we'll get out of here. How much longer are you going for today? Patricia, we've only been live for like an hour, I think. So we're going for about another 2, probably. All right, but actually, before we do that, we probably need to go on a quick break. For those of you who need a refresher or are not aware of this, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, 180 seconds. It's not too long, but it is just long enough that I can run ads and you will not miss any content whether you are subscribed or not, because I walk away from the computer, therefore there is no content being created, and yeah, I highly suggest and would love if you guys wouldn't mind maybe hydrating, grabbing yourself something to eat or drink, having a little stretch, maybe going to the bathroom. And I will see you guys in about 3. Oh, hi there, cutie cat. Welcome in. Sneaking in while working? Okay, so you rolled a nat 1, so you managed to somehow trip over the flush ground and slam into a giant gong that you did not know was there. Welcome in, cutie cat. If a trainer walks up 5 centimeters from your face with a Pokeball in hand, then walks away, it's impossible not to feel at least a little rejected. I guess so, and also maybe a little bit concerned, because maybe they just saw something behind you. Hey there, Rajanka, welcome in, how are you? All right, cuties, let's go on this very quick break. I'll see you in 3. howdy, howdy. How you doing, cutie patooties? Oh, sorry. Until I walked away. She's got her eyes closed. Welcome back, awesome Aussie, you beautiful thing. Beast for you. Have fun playing the game and have fun watching the chaos unfold. Chat. Good night. Have a good one, beautiful blue. Thanks for popping in and thank you for the care package, hun. Appreciate it. Thank you, Precious Patricia. Welcome back. Welcome back. Next, we go slash jam slice. Appies for you. Beautiful puppy. Welcome back, sweetheart. Welcome back, sweetest Sadie. All right. Let's see here. Welcome back, sweetest Sam. All right. Let me see here. Oh, there is another Flababy. There's another Flababy here for me. All right, maybe I want to just wait until the morning. Do that. What a nice bench, isn't it just? Lovely love. Uppies for you. Uppies for you. All right, let's go get our asses handed to us. I mean, catch some more Pokemon. I would like to catch one of these hippo boys. The hippo boys. Oh. I'm so scared of getting ambushed by an alpha. They're so cute. I'm probably asking for it with, oh shit. Oh god, there's the alpha! Fuck, can you bring him back here, please? Shit, no! Please catch it, yes! Good job, Nate. What a team we make! Okay. I think I only have... Oh my god, that bird is after me. Jesus. Hold on. Okay, I have no idea how to catch or summon what I think is the, what is it, Aurelia or something like that? And then the Flababy that I don't have? Wait, is that a purple one? Or is it orange? Or is that pink? What is that? Oh, bruh. What are you? Are you something I know? Have I seen you before? Oh, apparently I have not seen you before. Oh, okay, great. I got... Oh, it's Floette. I'm an idiot. That's not a Flababy. That's a totally different Pokemon. Understood. Got it. Okay, I'm not sure where I'm gonna find the last one though. It's just the Aurelia thing. Why are you guys aggressive? Why do they look so much alike? Am I dumb? Do Flababy and Floette not look very similar? Are they evolutions of the same Pokemon? What is happening to me? And this is the entirety of the zone, right? It's not like it goes someplace that I can't get to. Right? So how do I find that? Do I need to kill the alpha and then it'll spawn the Aurelia? What level is the alpha? Ow. Where's my Pokemon? 27. Electric. The dawn is rising. It is indeed. Alright. Where's our next stop? Our next stop-a-rooney. Yeah, we'll go that way. Let's go. Let's follow past Tau's antics and go this general direction. Why is my screen dirty? I know I got mud slapped or whatever, but oh, never mind. It's fun. It's okay. Wait, what was that? Oh, it's a Trubbish. Okay. Let's go see what we can catch in Zone 9. More new research. Actually, I wonder how many research thingies we've got from her double team. Surely we've got Fire Punch. Nope, not yet. Not yet. Thank you for the save! Good idea, sweetie pie. Good idea. Thank you, sweetie pie. Following your predecessor! Yours. Footsteps! Yeah, exactly. An Alakazam. He's not an alpha. Get him. Get him. Okay, that's fine. It's gonna work out. Wild guess, not gonna work out. Damn it! Come here, you! Okay, okay, you! Ow. Buzz? Yes! Catch! Follow yourself's footsteps. Don't mind if I do. Yay, we caught a Kadabra. A Kadabra. Oh! A Sealy! Oh, we have one of those, sorry. Okay, he's gonna be upset when he comes out of there. Oh! No, he was just really excited to hang out with me. Again. This is the longest ladder in this game. What the heck? What are those? Carbinks! You little Carbinks. Whee! Oh, wait. Okay. Alright, we gotta fight you. We gotta fight you. Whoa! Whoa, why did you just almost die from that? That was crazy. I actually don't know what type of a Pokemon Carbink is, but that could very well be my issue. Oh my god. Okay, finish him. You didn't quite finish him. Nope, did not quite finish him. He's still equally likely for me to catch him. Oh, I got him. Yay, a little Carbink. I don't know what these guys evolve into. What are they? They look like, the black version of Vanillite? The black version of the white version, you know? Okay, these no alphas pursue me. Finish him! Exactly, Flash! Exactly. Oh, okay. As long as I don't have alphas, it's fine. Power up punch. Ooh, what's back here? I'm gonna put Flappy Taffy away. Flappy Taffy's so funny! Ooh. Oh, wait, what's going on down? What are you? Oh, it's a Meowstick! Oh, it's scary as fuck. I won't mess around with that. Ow! Jesus! I said I won't mess with you! Please! Please don't kill me! Ow! Shit! Dude, I got two-shot! That's crazy. Done with work for today. Oh, good. Well done, sweetheart. I'm very proud of you. Excellent work. Okay, no one saw that. We definitely didn't just die. That was not what happened. Okay. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Is there anyone in here? Nope, but there's a sparkly thing on the ground. Oh man, can I get past here? Oh, actually I think that's the spot. Yeah, that's where the Sableye was. I don't think we need to get past there. No. It's not allowed to see me. Oh my god, that thing's my nightmare. Holy shit, it's really strong. The music they've got going on right now is like perfect for me sneaking past a Pokemon that'll one-shot me. Found a very sparkly and beautiful thing last year. It was Tao! Oh, thank you! He's so sweet. Thank you, Precious Georgia. Thank you, cutie pie. I appreciate you. Oh no! Wait, what do you see? Fletchender, Winder, flesh, Fletchender. I think I'm going stroke. What the fuck is going on with my ability to read today? Nice. Got it. Okay. Now we need, ooh, one more. Who's the mystery meat? It's probably not the best way to refer to a Pokemon, huh? Who is the mystery meat? Aw, fuck. I didn't mean to... God, it's so frustrating that I can't get around this. This one thing. Mombina! Hi, Magnificent Mombina. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you, sweetie. Welcome in, welcome in. Gooey Snuggles. I love Snuggles of any kind. The first note of the chill song after battle sounds exactly like the first note of, note of Hollow Knight's first, Hollow Knight 1's start screen music and throws me off every time. I could totally see that, Sam. I could definitely see that. Zelor! Hi there, Zelor. Welcome in. How you doing, hon? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. No, we are not dealing with you right now. I'm dealing with whoever's on the other side of this thing. Oh shit! Wait, is that wait, is this a different? Oh god, I actually don't know where I am. Which side do I go down for the? Oh, this is what I got. Nice. Okay, what are we looking for? We've seen that guy. We've gotten that guy. We've seen that guy. We've gotten that guy. We need to mount the ladder. I shall name this Fletchender. Fleshender. And so we shall. We will. We will do that. That was my nickname in high school. Fleshender is crazy. Wait, what? Hold on, did I press the wrong buttons here? I think I did. Apparently my E key is being rebellious. Honestly, I've had that happen with the D key at home. Doing great, just played Marvel Rivals, ranked up twice with my friend. Very nice, we were vibing out, having fun. Complete opposite of when I played the game alone. I crash out. That is totally fair. I don't blame you for that. And I'm so glad that you had such a great time, sweetheart. All right, this is Fleshender. I don't know if he's ever going to see the light of day, but that is his name. If the world starts to deteriorate, we know who to call. Oh, bro, why am I in the fucking same spot? I'm so confused. Stop following me! I'm not even bothering you! Leave me alone! Ow! Stop! Sorry. Okay. Oh my god, you're fucking kidding! Please don't attack me! Please stop attacking me! Okay, I'm leaving! I'm leaving. I'll find the other stuff that I have to do later. How about that? Okay, I'm gone. Bye! Fender, or it could be a guitar, sure. Oh, Fender. Fender is a much more socially acceptable name, but the real name we all will know within is Fleshender. This is why we save 5 times. That is correct. Yes, correct. Does the Switch have a touch screen? That seems like a faster way to type. It does, but I can't grab the Switch. It's on the other side of the desk, which is not saying very much because this desk is like really tiny. But it also is on the dock, and so the screen is not visible. I'm just a widow Tywacine. It's true. What am I doing? No. Okay, we got one left there. One left there. Two left there. Are those all the ones that, oh no, there's one here. What's happening here? I'm just a lovely little thylacine. Here I am, all standing in a row. I don't know what this guy means, but we will find out. Oh! Yay! What's in the... Ew, what is crawling around? Are those Pokemon? Oh, they're Sandiles! Oh my god, what is happening? What is fucking happening? Jesus. Ah! Whoa, 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 whoa! that happened very quickly. Oh, what the fuck? No! Oh, I'm gonna piss off every single Pokemon in this entire place. Check me out, man. Oh my god, look at all the... Are these eggs? Oh god, poor Skiddo. Skiddo's like, Mom, what are you doing? Oh my god. I just need to not be pursued by 15 Pokemon at once. Is that so much to ask? I think it is. Hold on, we gotta restart this. Let's go out. Let's leave. Okay, deep breaths. Are you guys gonna... What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, you do that. No! Every single time! Oh, I got one! A little sandal. Oh! Yeah! Yes! Look at me be sneaky! Aren't you proud? God, I'm so annoying. How do you guys watch me? I hear myself once in a while, I'm like, Jesus. Oh. Oh, damn you little fucking chop. Okay, let's try that. Yay! We have a Drillbur now. Oh, there's the alpha. Do I have you? I do have you. Are there any that I haven't caught around here that aren't alphas? I definitely don't think I've caught everything here. There's the alphas. Put the Pokemon away. Zeller, thank you so much for contributing to the community game night. How are all these people fine? Why am I the one who's being pursued? We watch for the good community. The elite gameplay is secondary. I'll take that. I appreciate that, Sam. Thank you. Something I find really cute is that in the lead up to Christmas, the ADF's YouTube channel releases a video filled with Merry Christmas messages from Australians deployed for peacekeeping operations overseas. I watch them when they come out. That's cute. That's very sweet. Good job, Australia. Good job. Okay, I do have to get... Okay. Interesting. I suppose that we can start doing some of the side quests that we have unlocked as well. So there's one down here. It's like truly right next to this. The sun will be setting soon, and here I am back at AZ Hotel. I don't know how you afford the rent by giving like the 3 people who live there a place to stay, and not asking for a cent, and then also not hosting anyone else. Good social welfare net. Tau is a Pokemon magnet. Not just any type of magnet, but the one that attracts all Pokemon attacks to herself. What can I say? I don't want my Pokemon to be hit. Easy explanation, it's a front. Good point, actually. Terra. Look over there. Do you see that mound of dirt? I think a wild Pokemon made its nest in there. Problem is, it's preventing anyone from using the elevator. Did you chase that Pokemon away? I feel a little bad for it, but we don't really have a choice. Does she literally have, look at her hat. Does she have the Zygarde in doggy form on there? I never told you this. You have a new job, Lab, that's amazing. Are you at the hospital? You working at the hospital? That's so cool, I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. Congratulations. Ah. A wild Pokemon has made its nest here. Do you want to battle it and chase it away? Yeah. Oh, not you. I hate you. I have one of you already. Diggers bees. The hotel thing is just a disguise to hide the real reason why you're there. The protector of Lumiose. True. Hotel ZA is much shorter than saying protector of Lumiose over and over, I suppose. Oh, scary sound. Nice, done. It's Big Chungus. Not at the hospital, it's at the other family-run Mexican restaurant. That's awesome, lovely lab. I'm so excited for you, sweetheart. Excellent work. Have you been enjoying it? Reminds me of a koala almost? Oh, interesting. For the love of all of that, is Pokemon flying is weak to rock? It was okay because it was digging a lot, which did not impact my Pidgeotto. So, that nest belonged to a Diggersby, huh? That makes sense, actually. A Diggersby probably could dig its way here from the Wild Zone. Anyway, thanks for sorting that out. Now we can all use the hell of the elevator. Don't worry about Diggersby's hole. I filled it up while you were battling. Now you can reach the rooftop too. It's got a great view of the tower. Check it out sometime. My roommate asked me to watch the latest season of Stranger Things with him. Oh, cool, sweet Sam. How good, honey. I'm gonna head out. Hope you have a good rest of stream, Tout, and nice to talk to you all, chat. Thank you for hanging out with us, sweetest Sam. We appreciate you spending so much time with us. Honey Bun, enjoy the show. And yeah. I hope that you, whenever you get around to getting some sleep, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. In the meantime, yeah, just enjoy Stranger Things. Thanks for coming in, sweetie. I appreciate you. We'll see you later. Let's see here. Roll? Roll? Do I have these? I feel like I have, yeah. I have fletchlings, and even if I didn't, I have flesh enders, so I don't need them. Oh, I have those two. I have a sweepa. A spoopa, not a sweepa. Sweeka game! I would love to play that again sometime. That was such a fun game. I still play it from time to time. Like, I'll turn it on for like half an hour or whatever. Then get frustrated that I'm doing a bad job and then stop. Gonna take me a little bit to get used to. I've only had 2 shifts, but it's nice. Easy work! That's great, sweetheart. Congratulations. Oh, good, lovely lab. Ah, fuck, I rolled off of here. I didn't realize. It's too late. Hollow elevator. Where is it? I lost it. I swear to God it was here like a second ago. Ah, never mind. Oh, that must be it. I think that's the elevator. And that's Wild Zone 1. Who can we help tonight? Can we help anyone, or are they trying to encourage you to get into fighting? Oh no, you can't help people. All right. See these little ones here? They're Trubbish, the trash bag Pokemon. They've developed a taste for our cafe's food scraps, so they keep on coming back. I'm happy they like our food, but don't get me wrong. That smell that the Trubbish give off is not exactly a crowd pleaser. We're starting to lose customers. Wait, here's a thought. If it's our food that these Trubbish are after, maybe we can use that to our advantage. I've made a nice bag of tasty trash using our food scraps. Do you think you could use it to lead the Trubbish over to the garbage bins? Troublesome patrons. That's cute. It would really help us out if you could lead the Trubbish away as soon as you can. Hi there, Cutie Kenny. Welcome in. How you doing, sweetheart? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. We've missed you. I hope you've been very, very well. How do I use this? What is the... where are the rubbish bins? You have to interact. Is that what I gotta do? If you're free right now, would you mind leading those Trubbish to the nearby garbage bins? Thanks. It's a big help. The Trubbish should follow you as long as you're holding this. Oh, got it. Okay. Tasty trash. Make sure you walk slowly so that the Trubbish don't lose you. How you been, Cutie Kenny? This is so funny. Just being followed by sentient garbage bags. The garbage bins are down this alleyway. Good luck. Here, I'm just showing up with my posse. Look at them, they're so dumb! I love how dumb they are with their little wavy, flappy leggies. Looks like you have some admirers. How adorable. They're so cute. They are actually quite cute. Oh, something smells a bit odd. Is this the right way? You're doing a phalanx impression. Seems tough, but hang in there. I hope I'm going the right way. Fuck. How are you spending this long walking and taking out the bins every day? That's a crazy amount. Trubbish, aren't those the little helpers that eat garbage? And out with a troop of Trubbish, eh? Nice work. Those things can't not read. Do we want to leave the tasty trash here? Let's drop it off. Oh, they're scary. They turn into little hyenas. They're wolfing down the tasty trash. Thanks so much for dropping off our trash. Smell from the Trubbish shouldn't reach the cafe if they stay here. Gosh, look at them munching happily away. Makes you think, doesn't it? Coexisting with Pokemon doesn't just mean sharing the same space. I mean, these Trubbish love our food just like humans do, but it wouldn't work to have them eat at our cafe right next to other customers. Maybe coexisting with Pokemon sometimes means knowing the right distance to keep. Not gonna lie, they're cute like this, but once you evolve them, the cute disappears. That is true. That is true. Would you like to learn about an interesting fact about the Pokemon world? I would love to, sweetheart. Go ahead, tell me. Oh, that's the secrets of Mega Evolution. We do have to do that, but I want to do all of our little side quests first. Oh, lost Pokeballs! Don't mind if I do. Do I need to heal anyone? Yeah, I might as well. Why not? My Pidgeotto could use a little sprucing up. Alright. Where is this next little mini side quest thing? Thank you for the save, sweetest Sadu! Good point, good point. Thank you, sweetie pie. Okay. I save whenever I heal. That's a really good habit, actually. That's an excellent habit. I should have established that 20 years ago.
Wanna trade Pokemon with me? I'll give you my Riolu if you give me an Abra. Abra can use the move Teleport, right? I bet it would be so much fun to play tag with.
I I do have an Abra. Okay, have this little guy. Do you think he's kind of getting ripped off by having an Abra and then I get a Riolu? I reckon. Almost break tide indeed, precious Patricia. The Pokemon world is becoming so clean, no pollution, that people have to make zones with nothing but pollution to keep the Grimer and Mucks from going extinct, since they need pollution to stay alive. That's crazy. Send help! I don't want to be at work. Oh, no, Nilo! I'm sorry, hun. I hope that we can help free your mind at the very least.
Wow, a real-life Abra! Thanks! Come on, Abra! Let's play tag!
Oh.
Hey, wait a minute! Did you just go to sleep? That's not how you play tag, Abra! Wake up!
This guy's gonna just teleport out of here. Bye.
Where'd it go? Did Abra use teleport in its sleep? Whoa. I guess our game of tag's already started. Well, thanks again. Take care of Riolu. Hey, Abra! I'm coming to get ya!
That's from the Sun and Moon Pokédex. Interesting. Very interesting. I've been at work for 6 hours and have another 6 to go. That is a crazy amount of time, sweetheart. Wow, Jesus. 12-hour shift. Ugh. I'm so sorry, hun. I'm glad. Hey, Silver Linings, you're halfway there. And probably by now, you're slightly more than halfway there. All right, let's see. Restaurant Leia. I gotta put a marker on here so I can know where I'm going. This way? Yeah, this way. I have a 2.5-hour shift tonight. I could not do 12. 2.5 hours? I hope you have a great time, sweetie. I want to see that character show up in the next Pokemon game, just looking at a dumpster or something in a completely different city. Are you here, Abra? That'd be really funny. I mean, Jesus, the next like Legends game probably won't come out for another 3 or 4 years, so then the kid will probably be in his like late teens or something. That's just this adult being like, I've been looking for this Abra for the last 4 years. That's a very weird Automod stop. It is very strange. It's at the new job too. Oh, yeah, I'm so excited for you, sweetie. So are you quitting the other one? I hope so. Honestly, I hope so. I think that I'm gonna head out for now. It was a super great and fun time hanging out with you and the pals, but I have stuff to attend to. I will miss you terribly and will patiently wait for your return on the 27th. And as the hit Australian VTuber TauTassieTiger says, take good care of yourself because you know I would take the best care of you. Bye-bye, Tao. See you soon. I'll miss you, precious Patricia. Thank you so much. You're very sweet. We'll see you later. Have a good evening. Here we are. Thank you. Of course, sweetheart.
It consumes me.
More! I need a hotter flame! I suppose you must have heard me talking rather loudly to myself there. The problem, you see, is I can't get a hot enough flame in my kitchen. Little Litleo here provides our firepower, but it can't burn at max heat until it lets loose in battle. So, I must ask for your help, kind stranger. Would you have a sizzling battle with me and my Litleo to get it nice and fired up? Sure, buddy. Let me know when you're ready to have a sizzling hot Pokemon battle. We're gonna play this in a deadly dangerous way. Have 4 vaguely grass type Pokemon on our team, and then we're gonna do. Yeah, I do have a really powerful water type, but I'm not gonna use it. Tao, you doing the different voices itches my brain in a good way? Hell no, this new job is not enough to pay for bills and support me in life. As much as I'd love to leave Magas, I just can't. That is fair, lovely lab, that is fair. This will be your reprieve and a little bit of extra spending money, hopefully. Give us a battle so hot it feels like being roasted by a flare blitz! Hey there, sweetest Star Jeffrey, welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you, sweetheart. Of course, in a good way. Yay! I'm happy to hear that, lovely Nyla. Thank you. Thank you for enjoying my voices. Okay, attack this little guy. How is he not evolved? Oh, is he a level 36 evolution? All right. Get him! Get him! Get him! Nice. Done. Nibbles! I don't remember what this guy is. Is he? Oh, fuck, yikes. Okay. Is he ground? Oh. Yeah, I think he's ground. Okay, I'm using an electric type to fight a ground type. That's a really, really clever idea now. What can I say? Other than, oh well. One final punch! Yes. Nope, not saying anything. Good job. Wait a gosh darn cotton picking moment. This ain't Mario, nor is it Donkey Kong. I've been deceived. Was there something that made you think it was Mario or Donkey Kong? Oh, wait, this is the, oh, fuck, that was not the one I meant to. Not the one I meant to use. Okay, let's try you. Oh my god, this is so bad! Dude, that's crazy. How is your Houndoom so strong? Nope, not panicking. Only 10k more until community game night is done. We're almost there. You guys will definitely hit it by next stream. Thank you for contributing, by the way, Nix. Exclamation point panic is a very good. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Dude, Jesus. Oh my god. Ah! I need to heal him! Let me heal! You little... No! Yodo, no! Let me heal you! Jesus, this is so sweet. Just because I'm not listening to the game mechanics makes this really hard! It's almost like that's how this shit works. Oh my god. We're all dying. Everybody's dying. Everyone's gonna die! Oh, heal. You know what I want to see in person one day? What's that, Nyla? I want to see a Tasmanian devil. I've been obsessed since I was a wee one. You should come out to Tassie and check them out. We have many of them. Not like in the wild, but hey there, sweet skeleton. Dow, toy, zoy, toy, guac. Hi, how are you? Sure wish Pouch Pal was here. I know, Seti, right? You know, last Pokemon game I played was the old Emerald from Game Boy Advance. This is all new to me. Yeah, this is pretty new to me too, to be fair. Nath doesn't stand a chance. He does not. We've got to protect Nath at all costs. Hi, Sweet of Space. Welcome in. How you doing? It's good to see you. Ice Punch! Ice Punch! Finish it! Okay, or don't. Oh my god, you're joking. This is so scary, man. Okay. You have to get off one hit! Please, God! One. Oh, it's so scary. Good job, Nate. Good job, Nate. That was really scary. How much health does he have left? Nate did it! Nate did it! Holy. What an intense battle! I almost caught fire myself! How about it, Litleo? After a battle like that, I bet you can show me the hottest flames you can make, eh? That's the spirit, Litleo. We'll need your hottest flames if we want to grill today's steaks just right. Thank you so much. Here's something for that fine battle. Use it on a Pokemon that's been burned. You mean like all of them? Nate is gonna die as soon as I get out of this dialogue. I just got Palea. Nice, Space. Did you enjoy it? There goes 90% of your Pokemon, though. That is true. I do probably need to work on that. My customers today are in luck. They'll be dining on steaks with the absolute perfect sear. Cinema! Hi there, Z. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Oh my gosh, Raiders, how are you? And how is Super Mario 64, Z? It is such a pleasure to see you. It's been forever. I've missed you, hun. Raiders, if you need to raid one, that's totally cool. But if you'd like to stick around, we'd absolutely love to have you. You guys, this is Cinema Z, who have graced us with their presence, fresh from their valiant quest in Super Mario 64. This dashing VTuber doth traverse the realms of retro and platforming games with flair, often accompanied by their loyal subjects in online lobbies. Their recent escapades include conquering galaxies and racing with friends, all while keeping the vibes truly immaculate. Absolutely a stream worthy of royalty. Hi there, Zealous Z. It's so good to see you. Missed you too. We enjoyed Super Mario 64. We did it with crowd control. That sounds like such a blast, hun. Oh my gosh, how cool. Oh my god, look at Nate's health. It is such a pleasure to have you, and how cool. What was your favorite part of today's stream, Z? Also, hun, if I may ask, when is your next stream? And while you let us know, I do actually have a little cheeky video to introduce ourselves using my typical model, which this is not my typical model. This one is.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fanart tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love. To yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch. But yes, welcome in, sweethearts. Hello, it is such a pleasure and a privilege to make your acquaintance and to welcome you all very warmly in to our wonderful little community of the pouch. Mario having a shotgun was your favorite part. Z, that is probably my favorite part too. That sounds really fucking funny. That's amazing. And you are streaming tomorrow, Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Very, very cool. I haven't even heard of Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Is that what Mazebot was talking about when it said something about galaxies? Is that right? Do you know what time you're streaming tomorrow? It was hilarious. That is so amazing. And it was completely unexpected, or... You guys, please check out Lovely Z, who brought their amazing community in, and let's go give them a very warm hello and follow. Sweetheart, 10 p.m. EST, amazing. Let's go. Exactly, Ozzy, perfect. Z, for you and your community, I know you already know this, but maybe some of your community doesn't. Hi there, everyone. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Though currently I am in the southwestern US, which is why you don't see me with my, in all of my three-dimensional glory. If you come back in January, I will be in that said three-dimensional glory. You will also see me streaming art on Fridays because I'm an illustrator. You will see me playing Final Fantasy XIV for the first time, which you guys are more than welcome to join me for. You'll see me playing through Persona 5 for the first time, my very first Persona game ever. And on Tuesdays, you'll get to decide what we do. We've got like demo nights, we could play through, we could play some more Hollow Knight, we could continue on with Pokemon ZA. It is completely up to you, sweethearts, so go ahead and join us if any of that interests you. This is a 18+ community, but just because I believe adults need a place to hang out separate from the youngins, not because I invite or appreciate or will even allow any kind of objectification or like high-level flirting. None of that, okay?
I tend to call people an alliterative positive adjective. So sweetest cinema, terrific Trixie, sweet Saru, stuff like that. If that bothers you, please just let me know. I will stop doing that for you. It is totally platonic, but intended to assist with like kind of the sleepover vibes that we've got in this community. And by sleepover, I mean I will be your verbal and your auditory and visual caffeine. I am very, very excitable and very interactive. That's the name of the game. But yes, you guys, please check out the absolutely phenomenal CinemaZ, who will be streaming some Marvel Cosmic Invasion at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Thank you, Tass. So sweet. My pleasure, Z. I'm sweet. You're sweet. Thank you so much for bringing your amazing community in. And by the way, hi there, Terrific Trixie. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Good to see you, sweetheart. Wish Yuki were here. They were unlawfully suspended from Twitch for a week. They'll be back soon. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That's really unfair. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on in, Z. Let me give you one more little shout out like this. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, you guys, please check lovely Z out. And Z, thank you so much for trusting me with the community. I promise to take the best care of them until you return for them, which will be tomorrow. All right. And this is, of course, my first time playing Zede as well. I'm still kind of learning my matchups and stuff. It's a lot harder when you have to focus on like the matchup and also like dodging attacks and stuff. I did not realize how much more action this game had than previous ones. I love it. It's really cool. The combat's great. Have you been playing it all, Z? Absolutely. I trust them in your care. Thank you so much, dearest Z. I promise, swear, promise, pinky promise, thumbs promise. I promise to take the best care of them. Because you trust me, I promise to prove myself trustworthy. Raiders, Trixie likes to be the villain here. Let them be. They have not harmed a soul. Yes, Trixie, don't scare away our lovely Raiders. Trixie is a lot of fun. And sometimes says some out of pocket things. But yeah, said who speaks lies. I have harmed many souls. Not true. I am the terrible Trixie, the toxic Trixie, and if it isn't too gouache, the Trixie. Gouache? Sorry, the brain went art. Gauche. If it isn't too gouache, don't use too much gouache on your canvas. All right, who else can we help? Is there anyone else that we can help around here? I don't think so. Done with post-work conversation. Now I am back in Tau Nation. How's stream been? I asked the pals. Can I rhyme this? Maybe a foul. Anyways, I am back and saving up for January's pal attack. Perfect, Tind. I love it. Welcome, sweetheart. Welcome back, rather. You're done with post-work conversation. Does that mean you are done with work as well? I prefer gouache. Sounds like Goofy giving big ups. What is your opinion on the Nintendo Switch 2 and... Alrighty, Tau. Everyone, I gotta take my leave for the evening. The thought of chicken schnitties popped into my head, and I'm about to head to the pub. Have a great rest of your stream, and I'll see you for the last stream of the year. Sounds good, sweetest Ozzy. Thank you so much for coming in, sweetheart. Always appreciate you. Enjoy your chicken snitty, and have some Willie Smiths for me, please. We'll see you later, sweetheart. If you didn't see, you are my most watched Twitch streamer. Oh, I know you were my #1. Thank you so much, sweetest face. What a compliment. I really appreciate you spending so much time with us, darling. Thank you for trusting us with your time and your beautiful artwork as well. That makes me so happy. I know I just joined, but my eyes are so tired, they burn and my lids are heavy. I require the eep. Love, peace, and chicken grease. I'm Oot. Absolutely terrific, Trixie. Yeah, you need to get some rest. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, and hopefully we'll see you next time, sweetheart. Have a great day tomorrow, okay? Oh yeah, Storm's gonna do movie night. Yes, that is true. Storm is gonna do movie night. I need to go shortly as well. Work in 18 minutes. Wait, what time is it? What time is it in the land down under? Hold on, I have to look at my phone. I have the information that I see right here. Yeah, you could just tell me, I guess, but 5:45, yeah. Okay. Yeah, 5:45 p.m. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Well, sweetheart, I hope you have a very good... And wait, it's Tuesday. So this is the new job. This is the new job. So you're excited about this. You're excited about this, right? We are not doing the old shitty Magas job. We are doing the fun new job at the new Mexican place. 1:43 a.m. Space, sweetie.
please get some sleep. That's crazy. Yes, new job. I'm so excited for you, darling. That's amazing. Oh, good. Ugh, bruh. I have to find these fucking flabby-boos. Also, Tao, what's up, lovely lad? Tell me. Oh, actually, we have got to save our Pokemon. Everyone's dying. Been done with work for an hour 15, but I like to stop and chat with one of the security guards when he works. Oh, that's so nice. I bet he really appreciates that. You probably make his day every time you say hi. My signed Pierce print arrived yesterday. That's awesome, lovely lab. Congratulations, hun. All right. I guess we can continue with the main quest. We're trying to find out. We're going to Blah Blah HQ. Blah Blah HQ is our next port hole. Do I have anyone who can evolve yet? No. Although, hold up a minute, wait a minute. I think I may have some like mini XP candies somewhere. Experience candies. I think we'll feed that to you. No. Yes, no, nope. Who is closest to evolving right now? Is it Sia? I guess Talia. Ding. Plus move. Oh, that's cool. Oh, it becomes a plus move. Oh, interesting. I see. What happened to the cool trench coat fit? Oh, I let a lady on the street style me, and her outfits go away, after each night finishes up, and so it disappeared, unfortunately. Alright. Where are we going? How do I get around here? The trench coat was cute though, wasn't it? I did like it. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Is it in between everything?
Say to space! Thank you, Will, for the Will. Thank you, Will, space. Will.
Thank you, sweetheart. I hope you enjoyed my oohs. I like to think it's nice for both of us. He's a chill dude to chat with, and it helps him pass a bit of his 12-hour shifts after the hall's cleared. That's so sweet, Tinge. Good job, honey.
This is Cosartico's building. It was only built about 3 years ago. This whole vision of a city where people and Pokemon live in harmony. Nothing that big becomes a reality overnight. Bet people have been working on it for a while. Dedenne guards, huh?
Like security guards?
Yeah, these Dedenne ain't gonna let us by without a fight. What should we do?
Well, we gotta battle them.
Agreed. We gotta get in. Dedenne guards or no?
I shall disappear once more to drive home. See you soon, perfect Tinge. And see you soon, lovely lab. Have a great night at work, sweetheart. Drive safe. Drive safe. Whoops, sorry. Drive safe, lovely Tinge. Uh-oh. Okay, let's get you. All right, come on back, buddy.
Done.
Given our aims to coexist with Pokemon here in Lumio, seems fitting to employ some of the Magas. But it is less ideal if they are defeated. If you don't mind me asking, do you have an appointment here?
Vinny asked us to come.
Vinny? As in the CEO's secretary?
called from you?
That's correct. I did. We have some important business to discuss. Business that will impact Quasarico Inc. I'm so sorry to rush when you just got wrapped up. Let me try that again. I'm sorry to rush you when you just wrapped up your battle with our god Dedenne, but please, join me at the battle court inside our building.
Dedenne are so cute and much more mouse than Pikachu. Very true. Very, very true. That CEO is from Boston.
Pak the Khan, Havidiad! Please, allow me to introduce myself once again. As I mentioned upon our first meeting,
Listen, he's got to talk like that. If he has mutton chops like that, he has to talk like that.
I am Vinny, and I serve as secretary to the CEO of Quasarico Inc.
Ram, sweetie pie, thank you so very much for 3 months. I cannot believe that I met you 3 months ago. It feels like you've been here forever. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. 3 months strong. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Proud to support you, Tao. Keep being you. Radical Ram, thank you so much. You are such a sweetheart and a treasure. Thank you so much for 3 months. Thank you for your generosity, your kindness, your dedication. Thank you so much, sweetie pie, and welcome in. I hope you have had a wonderful day.
And now, I must indulge in a little story time. Last night, our organization detected a certain energy that we have been on the lookout for. We headed to the source of the energy at once. However, by the time we arrived at the site, it appeared someone had resolved the matter for us.
Oh.
Allow me to be direct in my inquiry. Do you know what became of the Absol that underwent rogue mega evolution?
It's with me now.
Superbly done!
Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna, like, try and fight me. You're finished with work for the year? Let's go, Ram! Congratulations! Are you excited to vibe and relax and maybe holiday for a couple of weeks?
Where's all this headed, Vinny? As you know, Quasarico Inc. has been tasked with carrying out this city's redevelopment. We became aware that these cases of rogue mega evolutions could impede our goals. As a result, we've been quietly working in the background to try taking care of any incidents. Yet these incidents have only increased, and our teams are struggling to respond to them all. And since Tao managed to take care of that Absol, you wanted to talk to her. Superbly deduced! That is exactly right. You are truly a Pokemon trainer worthy of the Mega Ring that AZ entrusted to you. Now, as I was saying, we had to consider creative solutions to our lack of internal human resources for this task. An idea was floated that perhaps we could ask strong Pokemon trainers and Lumios for their aid. That is how the ZA Royale came to be. We have provided highly ranked participants with Mega Rings, partly at the behest of AZ. He has made it clear to us that we must locate the strongest Mega Evolution user in the city. And I've been trying to get into the upper ranks myself, hoping that Quasarico would loop me in about cases of rogue Mega Evolution if I did. But Tao and I are still just rank V. Which brings us to the main reason I summoned you here. One moment.
Ooh, he's got a silver rotom. Zinni! Hi, Zella Zinni! Welcome in, sweetie pie! How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Ooh, what is Anton Blast? Raiders, if you need to run, that's totally cool, but if you'd like to stick around, we would absolutely love to have you. How was your stream, sweetheart? You guys, this is Zinnifinity, a jolly furry VTuber who hath graced us with his presence, fresh from conquering the depths of Anton Blast. This chill yet chaotic streamer bequeaths upon his subjects a cornucopia of gaming delights, from the realms of Hyrule to the galaxies beyond. Fear not, for all are welcome in his court, where laughter and a good time reign supreme. How are you doing, City Pie? Welcome on in. I would love to know when your next stream is, by the way, if you don't mind letting me know. While you do, hi there, everybody. Welcome on into your lovely community. I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tiger VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Typically, I am in Australia. At the moment, I am in the southwestern part of the United States. I will be back in Australia in January, so you will see me in all of my 3D expressive glory then, because I'm on a handheld. That's how I'm streaming, from a handheld, and it doesn't handle It doesn't handheld my 3D model very well. I'm also an artist though, so on Fridays, Aussie time, we do art streams where you get to come on in, help me decide what to draw, and help me decide what to listen to, because you get to request music as long as it's on Spotify. We are also playing through Final Fantasy XIV for the first time, and playing through my very first Persona game ever. So yeah, it's a really good time, and then on Tuesdays, we're gonna let you decide what to do. Tomorrow, actually, I'm gonna be doing some Cosmic Invasion with Cinema Z. Oh, that's so cool! Calamity Kaiju and Big E Cream Puffs. Oh, Zinni, that's awesome, sweetheart. How good! You guys, please do check out the lovely Zinnifinity, who brought in their amazing community and who will be doing some more streaming just tomorrow of Cosmic Invasion with our beloved Cinema Z, who's already come in, Calamity Kaiju, and Big E Cream Puffs. Sounds like a blast of a collab, and yeah. Thank you so much for bringing all of your gorgeous community in, sweetest Zinni. I appreciate you. You guys, please do check them out, and yeah, thank you. Bro, actual cream puff sounds so good right now. Go get them, Space. I know you want them. Oh, and this is, of course, the first time we're playing through the story of ZA, of Pokemon ZA as well. But Zinni, I hope that you had an amazing time. You said that stream was good. What is Anton Blast? I've actually never heard of that. I've taken care of the preparations. It should appear on your end momentarily. This is a promotion match announcement for Trainer Tao, rank B. The opponent for your next promotion match has been decided. I bet it's him! You are to train. Oh, we're facing Vinny. Okay, well, yeah, that's totally what I meant, and not Urbane when I said we're probably gonna have to face him. You are to face Trainer Vinny, rank. The trainer who wins will be specially promoted to rank F. What? We're skipping like a bazillion letters? Why? Just kidding, we passed by. It's not ZA. Why not? It's Z. It's pizza. Pokemon pizza. I have no clue if I have ever had actual cream puffs. That's a fair point, Cutie Cat. That's a fair point. I'm actually not sure if I have either. Huh? It looks like both of us are having our next promotion match against Vinny? Imagine if Wario Land 4 and Crash Bandicoot had a baby gameplay-wise. The plot is basically a Florida man demolitionist gets his alcohol stolen by the devil and has to get him back. Zinni, that sounds like a fucking blast. That sounds like so much fun. Is it like a top-down or platformer or? Not if you're Australian. That's true. My accent and my letters are getting confused now. Yes. While Tao may have already received a Mega Ring, we haven't yet had the chance to evaluate her fitness for taking care of rogue Mega Evolution incidents on her own. Yummy Wrong! Hello there, Yummy. Welcome in. Pizza. What's your favorite kind of pizza, Yummy? And as the leader of Team MZ, Urbane, it would be more efficient if you could also receive direct updates from our team going forward. It is a 2D platformer. Feels like a 2D Crash to me. That's really cool, Zinni. That sounds really fun. Have you finished it, or do you know how long it is? Yeah! I want to protect the people and Pokemon of Lumiose, and that means helping out the poor Pokemon undergoing rogue Mega Evolution. Looks like we'll need ourselves some Challenger tickets, Tao. All pizza are good. Yummy, do we appreciate pineapple on pizza? I'm literally the darkness. Oh, you're from space! From the space, very cool, very cool. New York style, plain cheese, nice. Even pineapple on pizza? Pineapple? Guess what, guys? I'm gonna lose a bazillion dollars, but fact of the matter is, if I could only have a single topic, it would be pineapple. Ah! I beat it last year, playing it a year later since the new expansion drops on Thursday. I got 2 levels left in my playthrough. That's so cool, Zinni! Oh my gosh, okay, so you're practically a pro, honestly. Especially pineapple on pizza. Yummy, let's go! High five! This is me high-fiving you. There you go. Pineapple is disgusting! Cat, no, Flash, no! Meat pizza with banana! I have not tried banana on pizza. I cannot say I've tried that. Tao, if you wish to prove to me how strong you are, start by obtaining a challenges ticket. Oh, I forgot that I have to go do that now. Yummy! Sweetie Pie,
thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. For this reason, I have received a follow. Excellent. Excellent. I will give all pineapple to Tao then. Give me all the corn, give me all the pineapple. I will be a happy camper. I don't like the texture of pineapple, but it's sometimes bearable. Okay, fair enough. I have been darkened. Ooh, thank you. Not banana on pizza. The banana is on the side. I still don't think I've ever heard of someone eating banana alongside pizza either. That is so unique. I might have to try that one day. I probably won't get to though because Nath is actually allergic to banana. So he, yeah, we can't really have them in the house. I want to try bananas on pizza. I know, I want to try them too. All right, Yami, you and I are gonna go get some bananas and pizza and put bananas on pizza. We will report back. All right, dessert pizza. Dessert pizza. Bruh, I'm gonna die if I don't grind a little bit more, so. But I eat sweet pizza. I do like, I love a little bit of sweetness in my savory stuff. Oh shit, you guys, you know what I just realized? We are like way overdue on a break. For those of you who have come in with our absolutely magnificent raiders, oh, hi there, Cutie Cyrix. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How you been? It's been a minute. We missed you. You guys, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, 180 seconds. It really isn't that long, but it is very helpful because what we do is, it is how we ensure you never get hit with ads during the content. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, therefore there is no content being made, and I run those ads, and then we come on back 3 minutes later, and we make more content together. Whee! So, please hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you all very, very much, and I will see you all very, very soon. In 3. Mwah!
precious pals. And Cutie Cyrix, darling, thank you so incredibly much for continuing your sub that you got. Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome on in. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, Zelazaki. Welcome back, Radical Ram. Welcome back, Sweetest Space. Welcome back, Nixpato / Jam / Uppies for you. And Uppies for Sweetest Space as well. Sorry, give me just a second. Sorry, I was in the middle of something. And then I was like, oh, I better get back to stream. There we go. All right, all set. Outstanding
Raw,
Orca!
darling.
Raw, darling, indeed. Orca, thank you so much for the 60 stream streak. That is crazy amazing. Thank
I would
you
go
so
for your
much.
butt, probably.
Absolutely astounding. Thank you so very much, lovely. I really appreciate it. And welcome on in, Orca. Uppies for you.
Raw, darling.
Raw, darling, indeed. Welcome back, beautiful Bubbling. Welcome back, Terrific Tinge. Welcome back, Cutie Cyrix. I'm gonna say goodbye. Hopefully next time I can hang around and vibe more. Oh, we would love to.
Raw,
we would love to
darling.
have you. It would be such a pleasure to have you come on over and do that. But no worries. I hope you have a great time with whatever you get up to. And thank you again for the resub, honey bun. And thanks for dropping in. It's always a pleasure. Even if you can just drop in and say hi for a couple of minutes, we love seeing you. Sweetest Face, thank you for the head pat. Thank you, lovely. The head pat redeem works as far as you get your purrs. Unfortunately, I do not have an animation for head petting on this PNG, but I do appreciate it, and so you still get purrs. Welcome back, Sudasedu. 60 is my longest streak. 60 streams, 60 meters of the football field. Every streak, 60 is my PB. I'm so grateful that you have elected to choose me for your 60 streak, Orca. Thank you so very much. It does mean the world. I appreciate it, honey. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. Let's see. What time is it? Night is nearly over. I mean, I guess we could see what the toughness level is of, for tomorrow, as in tomorrow in the game. We could see what the toughness level is for the people we're gonna be facing off with. I bought a motorcycle the other week. What? That's amazing! What kind did you buy? Are you enjoying it? Please be careful. Cutie cat! Yeah, hello! How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. So close to Christmas indeed! You guys, this is our last stream before Christmas! Actually, I just realized that. Yeah, this is our final stream before Christmas. We will have one more stream before the new year, and then I will see you guys in 2026. That's crazy. Okay, I should go. You probably should, sweetheart. It's really late for you, isn't it? Nice, a dusk ball. Pokeball Boutique. Maybe we should go over here. Loving it, being careful. It's a Ninja, nice! First ride I went on was over 2 hours and then over 3 hours, but now it's mostly 10-minute rides to and from work. Okay, fair enough, Orca. So it's becoming a part of your body now, is that right? It's 2:07 in the morning? Yes, please, please, sweetest face, please get some good rest. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams, Cutie Pie. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate the support, darling. Okay. I live and breathe motorcycle. Yes, 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 yes! I'm very excited to see you guys. When I am able to wave at you and make hearts at you and stuff. In that case, I don't get it. You are an actual Aussie or just the model? No, I am an Aussie. I will be getting my citizenship in January, hopefully. But I am typically in Tasmania. I'm just visiting family back in the States at the moment. I just realized I can play games tonight. Oh, and yeah, nice, Cutie Cata, enjoy. You don't already have that, Tao? I was supposed to get it back in November, but they said that it wouldn't come through with enough time for me to also leave the country. And so ironically, I would not be able to get back into Australia, even though I was an Australian citizen, because I would be leaving too soon after after I would potentially get my citizenship ceremony, and then they would give me they would send out my citizenship like certificate, but it wouldn't get to me until after I had left Australia. And since my permanent residency would then be null and void, I wouldn't be able to get back in, which is so fucking annoying. So yeah, I gotta wait until January. We're waiting for the accent to kick in. Yeah, it sometimes does, occasionally. Do we have any self-promo talk channel in the Discord? No. We have a strict no self-promotion channel in this community. Hi, there's Elazar. Welcome in. How are you? I've just been in too many Discords where people have like a self-promo channel, and it's just a flood of like going live notifications and like commission me. So to keep the Discord as tidy as possible, we don't have one yet. Just want to check. Oh, good. No, that's okay, sweetheart. Thank you for checking. When is the ceremony? I'll come cheer you on. You're so sweet, Orca. I actually have no idea when it is yet. I know it's gonna be in like Jan or Feb, but I'm not sure which one. As soon as Tau gets her citizenship paper, she will obtain the Aussie accent. That's right. It'll just be like, oi, mate. How you doing, Zalzara? We approve the TauTassieTiger as a real Aussie. Yay! Thank you, Orca. I appreciate it. The Discord is for chillin'. Yeah, chillin' like a banana. Well, and so is the Twitch channel. I also need to get better about like telling people to not promote themselves in the Twitch channel, but I'm really bad about it because I'm like, oh, this person might have not had a good day. Okay, I have no idea what we can possibly do to get some of these last Pokemon, like this Aurelia thing, that thing. There's a question mark. We could actually go try and get the Arbok from here. It do be confusing when you when you use Cutie for both me and Kata. Luckily, no mix-up so far, but it will probably be a little funny if it does happen. Possibly. Precious Portal Master, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Thank you so much for being here, hun. Bye-bye. Have you found any shinies? Just the scripted one in the questicles. How much longer do we have? Probably about another hour 20 or so. Gotta go eat my pizza and pass out. Today's been long, but I'll be back again soon. Enjoy the holiday. Thank you so much, Outstanding Orca. You too, hun. Enjoy being nice and safe on your cool new bike. We will miss you terribly, but we'll see you soon. I'm doing good, just a bit tired. Been fixing my grades for the past 3 weeks because of the, for some reason they're saying I dropped in. You dropped in some stuff. That's odd. That doesn't sound like you, Zarl. Is it possible that they like fucked up the grades or something? Finally home. Was stopped when you got back from ads. I'm gonna chill for a bit to boost my mood back before bed. Absolutely, sweetheart. You are so welcome. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us. Oh, hello there, sweetest Saint Saturnus. Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for coming in. How have you been? Yeah, the scripted Mareep, exactly. I've gotten used to being called Kata in so many chats. Yeah, Cutie Kata has a fun ring to it too. Okay, we're not getting murdered by alphas. We're not doing it. A system error, and they're making the students. They're making the students to fix their problem. That is so fucked up, dude. I'm so sorry. That's trash. Come on. Holy crap, we got off 4 attacks before this Arbok landed anything. Oh, God, it's so unlikely that I'm gonna catch this thing. Dude! Fuck. Okay. But chaotic works for me? Nah, you're a cutie pie. We call shiny sparklies because shiny hunters will freak out. Well, we call, if we see an actual shiny, we'll call it a shiny. But I need to get better because when I see the sparkly things on the ground, I see shiny, which is not right. I hope you did right your winter ceremony to make abundant harvest in the season. and call Yule to bless you this 25th of December. Thank you, Yami. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate it. Back at you. I'm doing really good. I decided to pull a really old manuscript out of the old closet, so to speak. That's really cool, sweetest Saint Saturnus. I'm excited that maybe you'll think about letting us read it. Glad to be finishing the night, chilling around, and we are so glad to have you, sweetheart. Always a pleasure to have you around us. Yeah, the sparkly items. What is that purple thing? What purple thing? Oh, the goo? The goo. The goo is yucky. The goo is gross. Man, the goo covers things. It's an obstacle. Have you seen the things we've been making in your Tau Fanart channel? Better safe to look at when you do an art stream. I would love to see. I have not actually gotten a chance to look at them. I've been so busy, like insanely so. I'm so excited though. I'm sure you guys have made some gorgeous artwork. Time to bother my boys and give them lovin's. Let's go, Tinja. Don't peek yet. Don't peek yet. Okay, I will wait. I will wait to peek, and then you guys can remind me on our art stream. Oh, no, you can't see me! If I can't see you, you can't see me. Fuck you.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker! Hi there, sweetest Sia. Welcome in. How are you doing? It is very good to see you. How am I ever gonna catch these things? Jeez. Maybe I'll catch one of them if I throw it at both of them. Nope. Okay, that's not happening. Noted. Ow! Jesus, why am I in the firing zone of that? Oh god, little guy. They killed my little guy! Damn it. Oh, nope, not you, get them! Get him out of here! Yes. Oh! Oh, bruh. I'm never gonna catch these. Dude! All of the Arbok are gonna be completely extinct, and I'm gonna be over here like, huh? Well, I was trying to save them, but... if I do end up sharing some stuff of this manuscript in the server, it'll be after many, many edits. I wrote the first draft in my late teens, and I was a much angrier person. Oh, that is totally fair, sweetest saint. Well, it's interesting that you decided to revisit it. I hope you kind of, I don't know about if enjoy is the right word, but I hope that you find some kind of closure or information or understanding in it, maybe. Did you find the Pokeball collector? You mean the one that appears outside of literally all of the Poke centers? Or a different one? You sent a care package. Oh, you did! I'm so sorry, Nick. Sorry, I was preoccupied with my Arbok problem. Thank you. Thank you, lovely. I appreciate it. Very thoughtful of you, sweetie pie. Can someone evolve? Can anybody please evolve? All of you, I don't actually want to have... Well, I might keep Carolee on the team, but I don't know about anyone else, to be honest. Oh, I didn't know that's where he appears? Well, that's why I'm wondering, because in the other games, it's not the same kind of thing, but there's a Pokeball collector that literally collects the Pokeballs that you miss when you throw them. Is that what you mean? Carolee is so close! Ah... Let me see if I have some... Oh my god, I don't know how to play this game. Alright, where the fuck? Satchel. We're looking for rare candies. Yay! Evolve. 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 No. Okay, never mind. No chance. Let me give you one of these. Okay, I'll give you two of these. Give me another one. I'll give you one of these. Just one. Yay. No one else is particularly close. Bruh. I can't believe that I'm almost getting murdered by Arbok. And I cannot, for the life of me, capture any. Oh, and there's a scary one up there. Of course there is. I don't want to fuck with it. Not want to fuck with it. No. And then we got another Watchog. Is this a watch? Is that what it says? Watchog? Watchog. Watchog. Yeah, I think it's Watchog. Watchog. Okay, go beat up lower levels. Okay. Good call. Maybe I whip. All right, we gotta go grind. Is there a way to find out which one is gonna be which levels before I go do it? Any fun there? I mean, I could just keep on beating up Arbox. Yes, I've told you about the Bolt Collector. Oh, okay, yeah. So he's at like all of the Poke Centers. A handy dandy man. All right. Here he is. Let me see. Oh, it looks like we also have some research to claim. We got Fire Punch, which is pretty rad. Bruh, I cannot give in. I have to do it. I have to go kill some more Arbox and maybe die from it. It's worth it, guys. It's worth it. Oh, thank you for the save, sweetest Seti. As much as I want one of the Magas in the DLC, I won't be getting this game. The cons are egregious compared to the pros. Fair enough. Well, everyone's allowed to have their own opinion, and I'm glad that you are exercising your consumer rights. Oh my god, everything is chasing me. Fuck. Making the Arbok a quest or something? Well, actually, maybe. But it seems like a silly Pokemon to have as a quest, you know? But it could be. It could be. A few of them have been like that. And I've just been like, oh. Well. Oh, is making the Arbok go extinct a quest or something? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. No. No, bird! Bird! Ah, bird, get him! Get him, bird. I'll try with some. Oh, fuck! We finally got him! Let's go! Oh my god! Sorry. I just got really excited about that. Okay, have we completed this zone then? No, we haven't. There's one extra creature. Of course there is. Hey, you did it! I can't believe I'm so excited about an Arbok, guys. Oh, the Wild Zone 8 actually. There's a couple there that I still haven't gotten either. We'll go try and defeat some trainers tonight. Once the time rolls around. I don't need you. Do you have to catch them? Catch which ones? I'm looking for the Sandile things. Oh, that's a Krokorok. And it's an alpha, which is terrifying. Okay, I fought you. all of them. I don't know if you have to, but it's like one of my goals to complete the decks. So I kind of would like to if I can. I'm gonna die again, dude. Oh, fuck yeah, that guy in particular is going to murder me. I'm out of here, I'm out of here, I'm out of here. Change my mind. All right, we will wait for the night to fall. I think I'll just sit on a bench near that zone, which I think is down here somewhere. So we'll just go heal. And yeah. One of my New Year's resolutions will be to politely, patiently aim for you streaming the first Yokai Watch game emulator, or if you can stream 3DS, I'm not concerned either way. Well, as always, if you suggest it in the chat for when we are looking for new games, if people vote for it, then I will happily play it. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, let's go sit on a bench near here. Surely there's a butt ton of benches. I still have to find the flabébés. Actually, maybe there's a flabébé up here? Where am I? Ooh, Pokeball. What's that sound? What is the Pokemon that's making that sound? Wait, those are flabébés! But they're red ones. Boo! I need a blue and an orange. Pidgeys? Pidgeys? I like the batch spells! Me too! Me too! Where's the spells? I wonder if... Well, I wonder how many other hollow elevator things they have that I have not been able to access. Because there's one... Okay, so that one's working. That one's working. Later, Tiger. Catch you next stream. Oh, see you later, sweetheart. Thank you so much for coming on in. I appreciate you, Fabulous Flash. We'll see you for art. And in the meantime, I don't know if you celebrate Christmas, but whether you do or don't, I hope you have a wonderful and happy holiday season. And we'll see you, if you're in the US, the day after Christmas. And if you're in Australia, then the day after Christmas. Have a good one, Sweetie Pie. How can you survive that with the fall? An excellent question. I ask myself that every single time. I thought the Mega Crystal was a giant Ditto. Can you imagine an Alpha Ditto? Danger, Will Robinson, danger. How are the blue and orange flabébés so hard to find? Nar. Alright. Sun is getting low.
That's precisely what I was hoping for.
Okay, and I think I'm pretty close to the zone, I think. Is it in the Vert district at the moment? Is that where it changes spots, right? Otherwise it would be like permanently marked on the map, surely. Can I steal this from my Pokédex, please? The Audino. That is completely different from what I kept on calling it. I kept calling it an Aurelio, but I don't know what I'm saying when I'm saying that. An Aurelio. What could you mean now? I do not know. Oh, wait. Got it. Magic and the power of friendship is the reason why Tau survived. Always. If I'm in the pouch with the pouch pals, you will protect me using the power of friendship and magic. Do you want to know the final prize for collecting all the screws? It is something not for your Pokemon, like a held item. Ooh, probably not then. I'll figure it out. Hopefully I'll figure it out myself. How many are there total? What is that? Is that ice? Wait, that's the first time I've seen, huh? I thought that was a Pokemon from a distance. I felt that shit. Oh, cool!
Roxy. Okay, it didn't actually do a whole lot for me, but it's pretty... I love that my fire Pokemon's like, I'd rather be in the water on this little flotation device than on solid ground. Okay. Sun will be setting soon. I'm counting on it. Hope for everyone's sake, the sun sets soon. Eh. You guys, you know what's crazy? I'm done with work for 3 weeks. Like my travel job is done for 3 weeks after Friday, and I'm so bloody excited. I should probably sell some of the goodies I've been picking up because I have a fucking lot of them. We're ignoring Siri. Siri doesn't know anything. We make our own schedule, isn't that right? Actually, you guys, this is a really good opportunity for me to remind you that if you're a part of the Discord, then make sure that you go to the game recommendations channel and mention that you would like to have me play a certain game starting on Tuesdays, and I will put them all to a poll probably in the next... definitely before the new year. And if you're not a part of the Discord and you would like to be, make sure that you get on that. Hop on in, ! Discord. Anyone can join. As long as you're a pouch paw and you read the rules very carefully. We have a keyword they have to enter. 103 screws, 100 not counting story scripted screws. Wow. Oh, that's very sneaky of them. That's very sneaky of them. Thank you, Seti. Alright. Very well. Let's go see what kind of shenanigans we can get up to in the battle zone. Are we prepared? Let's see. Oh, I'm on the complete and total opposite side of where I should be. Cool. That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're fine. Woo! I mean, elimination time! True. Very true. Okay, we're doing electric type moves first. We will get on the guy. Oh, Mar, I'm hiding. You can't see me. Look the other way. Buddy. Oh, wait. I got something else here. What's this? Okay, got normals and we got electric. Okay. Do the thing! That's... Yeah! How many screws have you gotten so far? More or less than 10? I don't actually know. Is there a way to tell? They called it Battle Royale. You cannot stop me from saying murder. That is true. They've done themselves a disservice by saying that. Talk to the guy you give them to, and he'll say, I don't actually know where he is. I'll need to find him though. Okay. We're doing all right tonight. What's this? Fire type. All right, we'll take out Rexy. Oh no, I didn't mean to leave. Okay, sorry, it's not that big of a deal. I'm just freaking out for no reason. Okay. Ah, more fire types. Ooh. I thought that was your Fluffy! No. Flaffy Taffy will not die. Flaffy Taffy is an invincible being. You don't even understand.
Whee!
Are there people on the rooftops? I think they are, right? Yeah, they are. There are, I should say. Wow, this shit's in the way now. Oh, okay, yeah, charm was not the right choice there, Tal. Let's try this again. There you go. Balls. Okay, alright. Okay, deep breaths, everybody. We gotta heal. Hold on, I'm healing. I'm trying to heal. Oh my god, let me heal. Outstanding obtuse, thank you so incredibly much for the care package. 1 second, I gotta... Thank you, lovely. Appreciate it. This guy has dragon types. Oh my god. Saturday's over here like, can I be your best friend? Come on, I'll be your best friend. Can we have one? Yes. I would love to. Remember, I think we've decided that we all want a Garchomp, so we gotta do that at some point. Thanks for the bonus card. Which one have you given me? Sneak up. Oh, okay. We got. You know what we got? Yeah. And actually, I'll heal this one a little bit more. Whoops. Oh. Gibble, my child. Looks just like you, Seru. Alright. Well, gotta find someone that I can sneak up on and be super effective on. Whee! Very safe. He's not the smartest child, but he's my child. And it's beautiful that you love him all the same. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Don't look over here. Okay, Ember, let's go do that. Oh, son of a bitch, so close. Watch them see me. Oh my god, please turn this way. No, damn it! Urgh, fuck, it was so close. Hi there, Magnificent Mastiff, welcome in. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Welcome. I'm doing well, how are you? Where Coco and Tepig are my children. Love that, very cute. Oof, one shot. Need a better fire move than Ember? Yeah, I do, don't I? Please don't turn around, please don't turn around, please don't turn around, please don't turn around. Okay, Ember. Thank you. We'll get there eventually. Actually, I think I might have Fire Fang unlocked from the research. I don't know. I'll need to check. Woo! Trying to survive the end of the workday while it's slowly getting colder in the warehouse. Oh shit, sweetheart, please make sure that you've got enough layers and stuff. Okay, did that finish up all of the things that I was supposed to do? Nice, level 3 on the row. I should get a combo breaker for that. Yes, I would love some prize medals. Thank you very much. I got distracted from stream by a call, but I'm back with food. Yummy! What is the food you are back with? Immediately knock out unaware opponents with your first blow.
Don't mind if I do.
What's this one? Fighting type moves. I will get rid of that shit as soon as I can. Okay, this guy's got to look a different direction. Not towards me is what I mean to say. I'm trying to get away. Don't look at me. It worked. I don't know if I have any fighting type moves for my Pokemon. This would be awesome back to lifting generators. Lifting generators? I don't have Farfang for Brexen. Chips and fish sticks. Oh, very nice. Lemonade for me. 5 cans. Let's go, lady. Thank you. Who just saw me? Okay, we got water type moves, which I do not have on me at the moment. We got electric type moves, which I definitely do have at the moment. She doesn't want to talk to me anymore. She's upset. Put some cheese on it and barbecue sauce? Oh, wow. Decadent. Very decadent, eh? Okay. There's something really funny about my little guy just waddling over to this Pokemon and being like, punch! I don't know what fire type moves Brexen would naturally learn. I mean, Brexen is fire type, right? So surely it would get something. Something. Super effective moves, doesn't matter what kind. Alright. Oh, a double doesn't matter what kind. Let's do it! Can I get 3 of a doesn't matter what kind? What's this one? What's this one? Oh my god! Honestly, what are the chances? Yes, I would like to have use super effective moves, doesn't matter what kind, 3 in a row? Okay. That's so funny. Amazing. Incredible. Super luck, right? I don't actually know what super effective would be for this guy. Birdie! I just feel like Pidgeotto, I feel like wing attacks, or like flying shit, should do super effective on snakes. Oh wait, okay, I have electricity for this. Let me, allow me. Hold on, I have to heal. Oh my god, it's ready to evolve! Okay, we will evolve it. What? That was really lucky, I know! Do you want to know what's super effective against poison type? Sure! What is it? Is it ground? Look at that! Boom! 3 in a row of the exact same thing. I love it. My luck is amazing. It's only because streamer luck. I found a local supermarket that sells American processed cheese slices, but it's mozzarella. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, very interesting. Psychic and ground. Oh, I should have used my Brexen. I got 2 psychic moves on her. Oh, steel as well? We'll do a few more here, and then we'll go on. Oh shit! Sorry, I forgot that I hadn't been up here yet. Oh wait, no, that was dumb. That was the dumb. Steel is immune to poison? Oh, okay. Nice. We have nothing extra. Yeah, we will get through a few more of these, and then once there's like, you know, I don't know, like a 1/6 of the time, the evening left, we'll go pursue
there, beautiful burner. Welcome in. Chibi Tao, she is so adorable. Thank you. I'm glad you like my little model. Thank you, sweetie pie. How are you? We will pursue. What does that mean? what does that mean? Ow. I like using steel types against poison. I gotta say, I don't think I have ever had a game where I have had steel types on my team. The way Kirlia runs is hilarious. Very, very old. Oh, an old video game reference. Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. Okay, let's evolve! Flappy Taffy the Ampros! Oh, look at him go! But a cutie. Thunder Punch! Don't mind if I do. Let's change that move. I'm gonna forget what Thunder Wave is. Yeah. Yeah. Taffy shed her wool. Finally! Finally. XP candies. Wait, what kind of Pokemon do we have? Oh, he's got the little... Oh my god, he has a blue Flabébé! Wait, can I capture your Flabébé? Oh, it's a Floette. I don't know anything about Pokemon, clearly. Okay. Hello, goodbye. Scarlet Violet, I'm 100% certain of a steel type you'd use. Oh, yeah? And what's that? Thunder Wave is great. Doesn't seem like it's done much for me. Oh, Tinkaton? I don't know if I would use Tinkaton. I'm not as big of a fan of that design as a lot of people are. I have to, for me to use a Pokemon in battle, I have to be like, oh my god, I love everything about it! Alright, let's see here. Okay, we gotta go see. We gotta go over here. We gotta go heal first. Thunder Wave is a lifesaver? I've been using it with Flappy Taffy and I haven't really seen a whole lot of it hasn't taken, you know? It doesn't feel like it's taken. All right. Let's go over here. Yes, actually, I do want to cover myself. My bad. Okay. Let's see. I think it's slowing down the opponents. Oh, is it slowing them down? I'm just used to them like being paralyzed and not being able to even do a like execute on a move. If it's slowing them down, I guess that might help. Oh, I see. If you believe you're ready, please prove it to me in battle. You should know, however, that I also have the skill to defeat rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon. Oh, hold on. I just realized something. I have no Mega Evolutions available. Kalia, you have a Gardevoirite. If you could just evolve, please, girl. Boy, girl, boy, girl. Please, evolve, girl. Paralysis reduces enemy speed and can prevent movement almost every other turn, or even every turn if you're lucky or unlucky, depending on who is paralyzed. Okay. Tao took a taxi? That first guy would be so happy to hear. He would be, you're absolutely right. He would be thrilled. Wait, it turns out I didn't even need to get to rank A. You took a taxi?
Jesus. Okay, okay, all right. Slow the fuck down. Slow your role play. Okay, stop. Okay, yes, you can evolve. Yay! Great. Okay, all right. I didn't mean to get her to 32, but let's go. Settle! She's evolving, you guys. I love Vinny. He's so cute. He is very cute, isn't he, Caffeinated? I just love those iconic mutton chops. Oh, it's level 30. Whoops. Thought she evolved at 32. Ooh, dazzling gleam. All right, let's mess with her. Let's mess with her stuff real quick, and then we will indeed go into battle. I also thought it was 32. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'm glad we didn't actually waste any of our currency there. Hypnosis, confusion, disarming voice, dazzling gleam. What is this? Attacks with a powerful flash of light. Magical leaf, useful. Side shock. Kiss. I do love stuff that lets you suck the life out of someone, but all right. And she's got the God of Warites, and cool. Okay. I overshot it. Swift is not that good. I like to have like a normal move on any of my specialized Pokemon, just so that if I get stuck in a situation, they can still perform. Yeah, Draining Kiss is awesome. I thought so too. Okay, you know what? Hold on. I'll put Draining Kiss over Swift because I do have some other Pokemon that have normal moves. All right, let's do that. Let's do. There. Okay. Cool. Dazzling Gleam is a very reliable fairy move. Love that. Okay. All right, let's take him on. Challenger's ticket verified. You are clear to start a promotion match. Then let us begin. I'll win this battle for Lumiose. I'm sure you won't mind if I add a bit of fun as well. This is a Pokemon battle after all. Apparently we get to jump like 80 different, not 80, like 15 ranks if we beat this guy. Vinny of the Sardico. We got Houndoom. What is Gardevo's typing? Is she grass? Which is not good if she's grass. Oh, she's Psychic Fairy. Okay, so it'll probably be fine. I really should have switched out one of these guys with a water type. I have so many that are yike. Okay. Anyway, if we fail at this, we will do that. Okay. All right, and engage. That was the wrong choice, Tao. That was not the right. That was not the thing to engage. Ah, egad. Yikes. If only we had a water type Pokemon. I know. It's not like we started with one or anything. It's not like it's super over leveled or anything either. Oh, is she ready to, she's ready to Mega Evolve. Hold on. Whoa! Ooh, cool dress! Wow, Jesus. Uno más. Whoa! Oh, he's doing it. Trampa, I have complete faith in you. Show her what you learned over your long life. Okay, we got Mega versus Mega. Oh my god. Cool. Extra feathering. Some fucking, like, nuclear blasts of moves here. Okay, that was not actually difficult. We got this. Mega Trampa! How formidable! Oh, I haven't seen his eyes before. Perhaps I put too great a burden on Baneri. It only just joined my team! Superbly fought! With this, I can now confidently say that you subduing that rogue Mega Absol was no fluke.
Now processing your special promotions.
V2? Wee! 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 Dude, how did we get up here? That is crazy. You were specially promoted to rank F. Woo! Got a round for the win! Way to go, Tau! Congrats on reaching rank F! Time for me to shoot straight up the ranks too! Can't let you outdo me. Vinny, I'm ready for my promotion match! You've also obtained the necessary challenges ticket, Urbane. Very well, let us begin.
Ooh, we're on the sidelines.
Huh. Cute. Tau, Urbane, I congratulate you both on your promotion to rank F. Do allow me to heal both of your teams before we continue on.
Thank you.
And here is a TM for each of you. Consider having your Pokemon learn the move that it contains. And that is? Is Safeguard like a Protect? Creates a peculiar field that prevents status conditions. Ah! Cool. It continues even if the Pokemon is switched out. Now that you have joined the upper ranks, we can speak frankly about our next steps. Please, join me inside as soon as you're ready.
Wow, Safeguard, so interesting.
Apologies if it felt like I was backseating before this fight. I just simply wanted to inform, not tell or compel you what to do, but you did make good choices. Thank you, cutie cat. I appreciate that. Debating on getting this for Switch 1 in the near future. I like the look of the actual gameplay on display. It is pretty cool, Tinge. It's a very unique form of combat for Pokemon, for sure. Saint Saturnus, sweetheart, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge. Never using that TM. I know, that's what I'm thinking, Sarah. I'm like, damn, with all the options I've got, probably not gonna use that. All right. Let's go to the Portico offices. Wow, bougie as fuck. Oh, thank you for the save, Suda Center. Please, have a seat. Once once I'm able to save, I promise I will. What a building! If Casartico got the money to build this, it's no wonder they got the ZA Royale to catch on so quick. Tau, you've had your rank raised, but I must confirm. Do you agree to lend us your aid to deal with cases of rogue mega evolution when they arise? That's why I'm here. Such superb aplomb! Only a handful of people are aware of the crisis that Lumio City now faces, including we three. While Quasatico Inc. has been providing highly ranked trainers with mega rings of our making, we've not divulged these sensitive truths to them. We must work in lockstep to resolve this current crisis, without the people of the city coming to realize that they were ever in any danger. It's honestly amazing we managed to keep it from them so far. For 2 entire years. 2 years? What do you mean, 2 years? Yes, 2 years ago is when it began for us. That is such a scary fucking screenshot. Such a scary dude, man. AZ had realized that the city was in peril, so he approached Casatico Inc. with a proposal.
knowing of our urban redevelopment efforts. He said that Lumiose was crying out in pain. Can you even imagine the terror of being on the receiving end of a glare from that towering giant of a man? It was clear that he was serious about his claims, so we began our own investigations into the matter. What we discovered was the existence of a mysterious power with the potential to trigger rogue mega evolution in Lumiose City. We've been calling it Mega Power. But why is it accumulating here in Lumiose? That is something our efforts still haven't been able to answer. And then, 6 months ago, we witnessed rogue mega evolution occurring for the first time. AZ and his Floette did their utmost to pacify the poor Pokemon together, and yet AZ unfortunately lacks the constitution for lengthy battles, which left us with little recourse. That's when I stepped in to help.
Wait, you were there?
I swapped in for AZ and battled alongside Floette in his place. It took us all by surprise. I just had to help, you know? He done so much for me, like putting me up at the hotel. I wanted to repay him. I still do. Besides, Floette did all the hard work. She's a special Pokemon, and that Light of Ruin move is amazing. That's how your friend O'Bane there found out about the threat to Lumiose, and what inspired him to create this Team MZ, as you call it. He has put every effort into reaching the upper ranks in order to be in a better position to help us deal with these cases of rogue mega evolution. And now, you have made it to those very ranks. O'Bane, Tau, we will be dependent on your strength.
Vinny. Who is that with you?
Madam President, these are the 2 young trainers who have been working with AZ.
I see. Lovely to meet you both.
I must return to my duties now that President Jet has arrived. Please do excuse me. So, Tau, now that you know why it's so important for Team MZ to be strong, we should think about heading back to the hotel, yeah? Nice! Cool! Okay, this is a really nice office. He's taller than Vinny. Jesus! A Mega Pidgeotto. I know, I was like, ooh, that's pretty cool. Or Pidgeotto, I guess. I'm here for the new Megas and Tau's glorious presence. Oh, I'm here for your guys' glorious presence. I'm gonna assume this is Jet, but I might be wrong.
Excuse me. May I have a moment?
What? Oh, nope, different person. Okay. Huh, who are you? What voice do I give you?
There's something I'd like to share with you both. We at Exotico Inc. are gathering Mega Shards in order to further our research on Mega Crystals, while also keeping the city of Lumiose pristine. If you bring Mega Shards to us, we will happily exchange them for Mega Stones and more. How about it? Would you like to exchange your Mega Shards for items?
Hell yeah, I have way too many of these things. Safeguard has some use cases, but it's better to have 2 to 3 damaging moves and a stats up move for the Pokemon's best stat. That makes sense. Pidgeotite! Pidgeotite! Pidgeotite. Houndumanite, Manectite, Audinite, Lopunite, Sablenite, Sharkpedonite, Gyarados, Lucarionite, Heraconite, Aerodactylite, Alakazite, Dramponite. Okay. I don't have any of these Pokemon in my party. Well, I do have I have Pidgeotto. I mean, I guess I could put this on him. I guess I can buy this for him. It's a present for my Pidgeot. Hi there, ADD. Welcome in. How you doing? Houndumanite. A Mega Gyarados, I bet looks so cool. I actually cannot picture a Mega Gyarados right now, but... Dude, if we got a shiny Mega Gyarados... Fuck, that'd be awesome. Big, fancy corporate buildings like this really put me on edge for some reason. I know how to take that edge off. Let's go get something to eat. I'll meet you at Nouveau Cafe. That's the one right off Centrico Plaza, remember?
Audito has a mega? Never heard of such a thing. Yeah, I can't even catch one, so. Ah, it's literally on the opposite side. Over here. Oh, sorry. Knock, knock. Who's there, 80? Oh, good. It's our boy, Naveen. What now? Oh, fuck. I keep forgetting to save. Sorry, sorry. Hey, Naveen! Mind if we join you for a bite? I'm done eating, actually. What I'd really like is to enjoy some post-meal alone time. But most importantly, are you sure you know what you're doing? What do you mean? Tau, if you keep winning your way up the ranks in the ZA Royale, eventually you'll have to face the gamer prodigy, the streaming sensation of the keyboard legions. You're gonna have to battle Kanari. Kanari? What? Have you not heard of her? Oh my god, she's cute. She's an electrifying streamer who slings cutting commentary in her snarky yet affectionate tone. She's a bold, vibrant vision in her streetwear, and her gameplay is so daring, so dynamic. She's not just a local Lumio star either. Her streams and skill are taking all of Kalos by storm. So tell me, do you really plan on battling Kanari? Like, that Kanari? The Kanari? I mean, yeah! We won't get to rank A if we don't! You mustn't! A Pokemon battle with Kanari? God, the nerve. The closest we fans could ever get to her is perhaps claiming a Kanari plush in exchange for colorful screws. It wouldn't be proper for the likes of us to even enter her orbit. So you probably figured this out, but Naveen's a pretty serious Kanari fan. Though for some reason, he's not a member of Kanari's fan club, Dynamo. They called Dynamo because Electros, Kanari's partner Pokemon, evolved from Dynamo. And the A in their name is a 4 to make it gamery, I guess. Of course, I'm not a member of Dynamo. If I join now, they think I'm some common bandwagoner, not the diehard fan I am. There's more to fandom than being in the official club anyway. To me, what matters is watching all her content and learning all there is to know about her. And then I can design amazing outfits that she could wear on her streams. That's the dream, at least. Naveen is a little parasocial, I'll say. Isn't part of her appeal the fact that she just always wears her own regular clothes on stream? What do you know anyway? Why would you deny my humble dream? To design an outfit for someone I so admire. Oh, hold that thought. Vinny's calling. He is such a fanboy. You've detected high concentrations of mega power? So you found some already. Wow, Vinny, you do your job quick. Got it. Team MZ will figure out how to take care of this. Okay, talk to you later. It sounds like they've pinpointed some areas where a Pokemon's likely to rogue Mega Evolve. Does this mean we have some kind of strategy meeting? You got it! Let's head back to Hotel Z! Alright, we'll finish up this section of the story and then we'll finish up for stream. I already beat Naveen's dream. I designed an outfit for my Oshi. Saru! Who's your Oshi? What is your job? Fuck. Save. Thank you. Thank you, cutie cat. Thank you, Shadow. Thank you, Saru. We're gonna do it again. Just to make sure. Okay. Alright, we're set. You? I'm Oshi? I'm your Oshi? It's true though, we're gonna get it made. It might be a little while because I'm just now getting someone to make loaners, but yours is the next one. I'm so excited. Tau is Oshi! I'm so humbled. Oh, thank you for thinking I'm your Oshi, for considering me Oshi. Ooh. And saved. You ready for a strategy meeting? Let's start. Top 2 for 100% sure. Oh, thank you, cutie cat. You know our dining room? Guess what? It doubles as Team MZ's strategy meeting room.
Would you give me a moment before you go in?
No problem. What's up?
Naveen needs to work on his posture. This should do it. Thank you all for waiting. You can come in now. Gasardica's thrown their support behind Urbane and Tau, and now it's time we start tackling the rogue mega evolution problem in earnest. So, I figured we could use something like this. It's Team MZ's flag, complete with our logo. That's so cute! Look at you, designer!
That's so cool!
Naveen really knows his way around a needle and thread, huh? You're so talented, Naveen. This is sort of my thing, after all.
Not to be a buzzkill or anything, but should we get to that strategy meeting now?
Oh, right! Yeah, let's get strategizing!
Okay, I hereby call this strategy meeting to order! According to the intel we got from Vinny, rogue mega evolving Pokemon are probably going to appear in 3 locations. The first one is an
aimless? Is that how you say it, really?
The first one is an aimless park in the Blue District. This one's probably gonna be a Slowbro. The second is Juan Sector 3, where we can expect a Camerupt to be the problem. And third is Magenta Sector 9, where our target should be a Victory Bell. Notice anything, Naveen?
No, nothing in particular. Isn't it awesome? I can only have a top 2, not a top 3 or more, because all my other Oshis are so amazing. Aww, wow, I'm very honored. Will you ever make an Oshi mark? Well, I think if the Oshi mark is like the emotes, it's Corn and Crown that I've been using, if I've got that right. Also, I freaking called it when Hotel AZ being a disguise. That's true. It was definitely a good idea to stay in the stream after getting home. This was a good pick-me-up. Terrific, Tange. I'm so happy to hear that, sweetheart. And we are so happy to have you here. Yeah, Corn and Crown. Yeah, Corn and Crown. It's, oh, I don't have the... Oh, actually, on my phone. I can sneak in a chat real quick and post it for you guys. Let me see. Corn and Crown. Let me just post it here. So it looks like this. Boop. There you go. That's my Oshi mark as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, that's the one, Sadu.
Come on, Naveen! Nothing at all?
Should I put it in lore, your Oshi mark? Actually, Nix, that'd be great if you don't mind. That's perfect. Go on then, team leader. Step up and explain it for everybody if Naveen's too distracted.
The place where the Slowbro is supposed to go rogue is in the Blue District isn't far from the Stone Emporium or Vernal Avenue.
Oh, I see. If a rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon damaged the Stone Emporium, we might not be able to shop there anymore, which would mean losing a source of valuable Mega Stones.
Yep, what Naveen said! We might want to stop by the Stone Emporium to stock up on Mega Stones sometime soon. I bet that would help us with all these rogue Pokemon. What do you think, Tau?
Does the Emporium have insurance is a hell of a thing to say, dude. Thank you very much, Stork, for my dumpling. They're so baby. Thank you, honey. He's joining us to protect his favorite shop. Valid reason. True. I'll say, does the Emporium have insurance?
That's your takeaway?
Oh, no.
What's up?
I almost missed the start of Kanari's daily stream.
Naveen, we're literally in the middle of a strategy meeting. Just watch the archive stream later.
Clearly, you do not understand. You can't savor being part of the chat when you're watching from the archive. I am so sorry, precious pals. I know that some of you really fucking hate VODs because this is how you feel as well, and I definitely understand. I do understand. Yes, Sadio and Bubbling are like, yeah, he does have Void Shadow. Navi, I feel you next. You guys are so funny. Thank you so much for the care package. Outstanding up, cheers. That's so funny. I love this fucking me. And thank you for putting that in lore. Next Matos list, I'm sorry. Surely you agree, Tau. Oh yeah, totally.
Huh. I guess there's more to watching a stream than just sitting there looking. Hey, Lita, focus! We're still in the strategy meeting here. I think we should split up and each head to a different Pokemon's location. Then Tau can circle around and lend some firepower at each spot. Does that sound good?
How come?
'Cause she's a super talented trainer. We'll all feel better off with her fighting at our sides.
I get where our brain's coming from, but that's a lot of pressure. Are you okay with that plan, Tau?
Let's give it a try.
If you say so, then I guess. Naveen, make sure you pull your weight. Don't just let Tau handle everything. Got it?
No way!
What now?
Hanari reacted to something I said in chat.
I fucking love this kid. He's so good.
Wow, that's amazing. No, wait, Naveen, we're still in a strategy meeting. Seriously, just watch it in the archive.
We've been over this. I couldn't have had that moment in chat just now if we were watching it after the fact.
Maybe you got a point.
Okay, Naveen and Lita. We know what Pokemon we're after and where to look for them. And we should all look into the Pokemon species that are supposed to be the rogue mega evolve, so we'll have some solid strategies to deal with them.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Naveen is a real one. He is just smack the phone out of the air. He would blow a gasket. He would rip that beautiful flag down and be like, "Fuck you!"
Well, Tau, since you'll have 3 targets, let's break this up into 3 missions. Number 1, pacify the rogue mega evolving Slowbro at Aimless Park in the Blue District. Urbane will head to that one first. Number 2, pacify the rogue mega Camerupt that should be on the rooftop in Wand Sector 3. I'll help take point on this one. And number 3 will be Magenta Sector 9's rogue mega Victory Bell. That's you, Naveen.
He's gonna just stay here, isn't he? Rogue Mega Evolution is painful for Pokemon. In their pain, they may end up hurting whoever or whatever is around them. We've got to help everyone we can. Pokemon and people alike.
That does it for our strategy meeting. Want to watch the rest of Kanari's stream together, Naveen?
No, thank you. I prefer watching Kanari streams on my own.
Jeez. Okay. Okay, Tau, you have to bring Pouch Pal. You are right. We will switch Pouch Pal in.
How? I have received word from Vinny. So you have committed yourself to saving the Pokemon suffering from rogue mega evolution. If that is the case, you should have this.
Feraligatr! Oh, I'm so excited. We get the mega evolution of Feraligatr. Okay, that's so cool.
The final evolution of the Totodile you received is the Pokemon Feraligatr. Feraligatr is capable of mega evolution, if you give it that Feraligatr to hold. I've noticed more smiling faces here at the hotel since you arrived, Tau. I think this is because you helped bring people and Pokemon closer together, even if you don't realize it yourself. But listen well, Tau. People and Pokemon finding a way to live together in this city. It will be the test that decides the future survival of both. That is why we must protect Lumios's Pokemon and people to bring about a bright future for all.
Okay, now we need Pouch Pal? Definitely. At times, you may have several main missions become available at once. You are free to take them on in whichever order you prefer. You can choose a mission you'd like to tackle from your mission list and then turn on guidance for it if you would like help reaching your destination. All right, let's grab... Okay, we're gonna exchange our little Amphi for Pouch Pal. Because as much as we love Laffy Taffy is fully evolved, and I'm trying to get this dex done. So, let's give you some Feraligatr. Ooh! I'm so excited to see what he looks like. Cool. Let Pouch Pal be the unhinged monster the monster God intended him to be.
Soon Pouch will have the power of God and anime on their side. It's true. Also, apparently Discord has a checkpoint, basically a recap. Should I put that in media? Yeah, if you want to, sweetheart. I did post mine, yeah, I did post mine, what, a week or two ago, I think? All right, sweethearts. Well, it is a late night, and I still have to shower, wash my hair, dry my hair, and get up to teach classes in the morning. But, sweet pies, I will be seeing you. I will be seeing you on the 27th for any Aussies, on the 26th for any Americans, and we will be doing an art stream. And you guys, that will be our final stream of the year. So if you are able to come, please do. I know that a lot of people are going to be busy with family, which is more than okay. Of course, of course, of course. But if you, my phone has fallen. If you are interested in coming in, even if it's just brief, I would love to have you, of course. Give me just a second. I'm gonna see if I can find a good spot to leave you, sweethearts. Oh, you know who we haven't gone to see for a while is sorry, I'm hitting my hand. Scarletta Sin. We haven't seen Scarletta for a bit, so we're gonna go see Scarletta Sin. Thank you for the stream, Oshi. Oh my gosh, thank you, Oshi. Amazing stream. Uppies for you, lovely Nix. Uppies for you. I'm so glad you enjoyed, sweetheart. All right, you guys. We're gonna go see, yeah, Scarletta Sin, who was actually doing the DLC, which is very exciting. All right, sweethearts. Like I said, I will see you on the 26th or the 27th, depending on where you are in the world. If you want to know what it is in your local time, please go on over to the Discord events and schedule channel and go and check that out, because that is going to be in your local time. Whatever is on your computer is what it will say. Everyone, if you're celebrating Hanukkah, Christmas, another holiday, a birthday, I really do hope that you have the best one. I hope you are surrounded by friends and or family and or found family and or doing whatever you want to do. Thank you, cutie cat. Bye-bye. And for tonight, if you are going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And sweethearts, regardless of what you are off to do, remember to take the best care of yourselves, because you know I would take the best care of you. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Ciao for now, cuties. Mwah. Bye-bye.